Hard to fake excitement for this 4th of July. Trump passes his melt the poor bill. Hogwatch fell for it again. Award edition. Hidden now. Am I not allowed to mention the Chinese fireworks? What do you mean? Yeah. The Aussies understandably can't come this year because they know that they would not be allowed into the country and that they would instantly get thrown into a detention facility, and then after an extended period of time of being in a detention facility, they would probably get sent back to Australia if they're fortunate. So that is precisely the reason why they chose not to come this year. What is that photo? This is from an old calendar shoot that we did. Why would that happen to the Australians? It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to ask that question here on this broadcast, especially considering that even I have been detained as an American citizen by Customs and Border Patrol. But not only that, but also every day we talk about another like foreign national with an active visa, even on their way in or out of the country, getting fucking detained for no reason and being thrown into prison for no reason, only to not be allowed into the country. Like, dude, there is a guy from Norway by the name of Mads Mikkelsen, who we talked about already, who could not come into the country because he had JD Vance memes on his phone and a photo of like a wooden pipe. And then they were like, have you ever smoked weed in your life? And the guy was like, I've smoked weed once or twice. And they were like, you're a criminal. You're not allowed to come into this country. How dare you? Not the actor, just some random Norwegian guy who also is named Mads Mikkelsen. And you know, that's just how we do things nowadays, brother. This is how we do things. This is how things work. Okay. So I don't think my communist Australian buddies who have literally tried to enter a CIA base and filmed themselves in the process in Australia, who have literally gone to North Korea and China numerous times, like, I don't think they would be allowed into the country. I wouldn't even recommend like normies coming to the United States of America right now, let alone people who have any sort of political activity that they've engaged in beyond like being a open racist white supremacist. Like, if the only people that probably have free entry into this country at this stage that do say political things, like they have to be like out and about white supremacists. Those are the only people we are seemingly allowing, like white South Africans who are just like open neo-Nazis. Like those are the only guys that are allowed into the country at this point. And for the record, as I've said, like this 4th of July, as someone who, I'm going to be super sincere, as someone who obviously, was a major Ameriboo, I came here, right? Like I came here from Turkey. I have not shied away from openly saying how much I admire America, or at least like the vision of America, the dream of America. I love celebrating 4th of July. I love celebrating all the fun stuff that Americans do. I have a long-standing bit about how Muslims don't have any like fun holidays that we celebrate. You know what I mean? Like Ramadan is the thing that we do in Turkey and in the entire Muslim world. And Ramadan is like literally 30 days of fasting from sun up to sundown, no water. Like that's crazy. You know, that's not exactly like Americans, and their holidays and their celebrations are all capitalist. It's fucking awesome. They just run around and consume food, get drunk, get blasted, and purchase commodities. Like that's incredible. They hang out with family. They shoot explosives. Like that's awesome. Right? We don't really do stuff like that. So I've always loved celebrating these things, even as a late bloomer, following it from behind. Having said that, this 4th of July, I can't even fake it, dude. And I guess I'm not alone in this. It seems we have CNN's chief data analyst, Holy Toledo, Harry Enton, who also is crunching the numbers on patriotism. And it seems like a lot of Americans are hitting a record low of patriotism. specifically Democrats. Okay? You bought the bullshit lie what folks tell themselves about America. Low-key sad, to be honest, because it's understandable how it happened, but it's still an exaggerated lie. Yeah, you do realize that that's everyone outside of the country, right? Like, everyone outside of the country thinks like this is the land of prosperity. Even when the land of prosperity is like directly dropping bombs on their heads, most people still think like this is the country. Like, this is the place to be. And then you come here, and in the past, at least like given the actions of America over there, when people over there came here, they would at least experience like a little bit more improvement on their immediate living standards as a consequence of not being bombed any longer by the country that's bombing them. So that used to be like the meta. That's why, you know, immigrants that come here are very grateful, very excited to be here and shit. But like nowadays, given that the prosperity faucet has been diminished, they've really shut that off. And they don't even like, America doesn't even try to make it seem like you can get a better hand here. There is not there's not a whole lot of like, yeah, no, I love following the American dream coming from a lot of people. And I say this as someone who is the method, is the example of success. Guy who comes here, okay, and gets a leg up. Guy who comes here at the age of 18, I mean, has seen tremendous prosperity, tremendous fortune, and yet I recognize how shitty things are for everybody else. It's just not great. Maybe there are still people, and I'm like I'm not the average, fresh off the boat migrant either, considering that I was born here. Like, I have a major leg up. Like, I have a citizenship. You're a pathetic loser. The USA is the greatest country on earth. The Republicans are cleaning up after Biden's mess. Don't hate the janitors. Hate who made the mess. Okay, buddy. Yeah, Biden's mess. The Republicans refused to get the taxes back up to a normal degree that it was before. Lol, you're a Nepo baby whose rich family came to America to have a border baby. Happy 4th. God bless America, best damn country in the world. It is the place to be. You're a Nepo baby whose rich family came to America to have a border baby. A border baby. This is funny. This is a funny way a new way to say, there's a term for it. It's called anchor baby, first of all. You don't have to say border baby. What the fuck does that mean? Turkey on the border of the United States of America. Dog. This is such funny cope coming from a lot of Republicans going, dude, this is the best country on the planet, baby. It's like, it's supposed to be. I know. And I still believe in my heart that there is endless potential, unlimited potential here to be the best country on the planet. The issue is, however, as someone who has made it, okay, quote unquote, made it in this country, I'm getting, isn't his father worth like $5 billion from his real estate investments? No, dude. I take care of my whole family, okay? I do. Financially. Me. No. You read an AI article, if at all. No, of course he's not. You do. If my father was worth $5 billion, you understand that he would be the wealthiest person in the country. Like, $5 billion would imply that he is the wealthiest Turkish person on the planet. In USA, no, he would be the wealthiest Turk. Like, he would be on Forbes lists. No, man, my father is not a billionaire. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, I can send an article if you'd like. I know, dude. I know there's hella articles on. I know there's, look, the wealthiest person in Turkey is Ibrahim Erdemoğlu. Okay. And his net worth is 5.3 billion. The second wealthiest is Murat Ülker, whose wealth is $5 billion. My dad would have to be on this list. Is he a millionaire genuinely? No, dude. I take care of my whole family. Does this chatter not realize he's talking to the son of the guy he's talking about? The fuck you need an article for? Well, I can see why you would want that to not be the case. First of all, what difference does it fucking make for me if he's a billionaire or not? There are plenty of people who are related to incredibly wealthy individuals who have different opinions about the world. I am not in agreement with a lot of the ways that my father sees the world. Who gives a shit? But I like that you got duped by a fucking AI article. Like, the degree of stupidity that you're demonstrating here is that you got duped by a fucking AI article that has made such an incredible claim that most people would probably read that and go, this is probably fake. But no, you believe it. Not only do you believe the AI article, you're in here quite literally. You're in here arguing against me, saying that this is the truth. Like, the AI article that you read is the truth. You would hide your father's worth because of your shitty socioeconomic ideals. And did he link the fucking article and get banned? Is that what happened? Bitch, I'm wealthy. The fuck are you talking about? So much so that I'm fortunate enough to take care of my entire family. Like, dude, yeah. What happened to this argument where it's like these people went from, dude, you're rich but a socialist, to like, now you're rich and your father is rich. He's not. He used to be. It's not something that I've kept a secret. My dad used to be pretty, rich for Turkey, right? Not in those lists or anything like that, but by the time I got to college, he was not. Anyway, I didn't link it. Your mods are soft as baby shit. And must keep your fragile echo chamber alive. Okay, chatter. Anyway, let's continue. How do you lose his wealth? Futures trading. So Piker occurs. Why is it hard for them to believe that you're the wealthy one? I know. I don't know why they just like don't focus on the immediate target if they think that there is like some inconsistency here. What is this?
I think I'm really trying hard not to become just like a doomer and like, capitalism is the root of all problems in society, okay? Because in the same way that you guys are like, I use the self-checkout all the time and it works for me, so it must be a problem on your end. Capitalism's been working out okay for me. But the more I go out into the world, I see the promise of new technology and new features, and I'm like, whoa, that's amazing. If you kept everything exactly the same and just added the technology, then it would be a dream come true. The problem is they add the self-checkout, and for 2 years, they've got the same amount of staff, and they've got the self-checkouts. And you're feasting. It's like Netflix before every company made their own streaming service. But now, over this last several years, they go, 40% of the people at the grocery store are using self-checkout. We're going to downsize. We're only going to have 2 cashiers operating 8 lanes. 80% of people are using self-checkout. Now we're going to have 1 cashier manning 12 lanes, and it's now at the point where I'm like, I fucking wish that we just didn't have the self-checkouts and they just opened all 12 lanes of assisted checkouts. Now I'm like, it's a luxury checkout experience to just be able to pull my cart up, load.
It's so funny that he's just describing how all matter of technological advancements under a capitalist organization of the economy is used as a mechanism to displace the existing labor force and drive up profits for the companies, which end up creating a worse consumer experience overall. And it's obviously horrible for the economy in general, because now you've actually kicked off a bunch of people off their healthcare. You've kicked off a bunch of people off their gainful employment. Also, that the grocery store could have a higher return year over year.
Stuff on and not have to worry about scanning it, and the fucking area where you can actually put the shit on the scale is so small. You got to play like Lego and Jenga just to try to get it all to stand there. And if something ever falls over, unexpected item in bagging area, the alarm goes off. There's no, like, the 2 staff that are working at the grocery store, one of them is trying to check out 7 people simultaneously. The other one is manning the deli, the olive bar, the bakery section, the cheese section. Like, they're trying to run the entire 800,000 foot grocery store all by themselves. The problem is they give us the technology, and they go, isn't this sick technology? And you go, yeah, that's awesome. And then they put it in, and they offload the work onto us, and then they fire like half the staff, and I'm like, this is way worse. It would have just been better if you got like maybe 2 self-checkout kiosks, but you built 8 lanes in the grocery store. Why we only got 2 open at peak hours? Like, what are we doing? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I love Northern Lion because he has a way of basically, this is no different than the way that like comedians will identify a genuine issue in the capitalist mode of production and the endless profit seeking, and will turn around and describe that as a anecdote in such a beautiful way. Northern Lion does this all the time. Bill Burr obviously does this all the time as well. The fact that they're both bald have nothing to do with this. And these guys are not necessarily, these guys aren't like even self-identified like Marxists or anything. I don't think Northern Lion is like a Marxist. Not at all. He's just a smart dude. That's it. He's a smart dude who is smart enough to literally experience these kinds of changes in his immediate life and realize that there's probably a reason for it beyond, I don't know, people just making issues, people just making wrong decisions or whatever.
Why are we paying $44.90 a kilo for deli ham and there's nobody at the deli counter? It's a robot cutting the slices for me. Self-checkout's just better though. You are a class traitor. This is why, I'm just going to say it, okay? For now, things can change over time. This is why Costco cooks. If they got 12 fucking lanes in the store, they got 12 cashiers. And then they've got 6 self-checkouts that are also available. And they've got like 3 dedicated people in the self-checkout area that are like, go to this one. We'll help you. Beep, 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 beep. Like they do.
Better consumer experience overall. A better future is possible. Only Marxists hate class traitor law? No, he's not a fucking Marxist, dude. Shut up. He's not. Except after this one, I assume you'll definitely say it. But here,
about the inevitable end of capitalism due to labor value dropping to zero. I'm actually, it might surprise you. I'm with you, man. Not to pander, but like doing shit seems like it's not in an advantageous position versus like having shit right now. Like capital is OP compared to labor right now. It's all bullshit, man. Always has been? I don't know, maybe. I mean, back in like the year negative 10,000, doing shit was probably like really highly valuable.
Motherfuckers talking about primitive accumulation. Yeah, doing shit versus having shit was super OP back in the day, you know? And then these guys decided, I'm going to have shit. And they started putting fences around what previously was known as like, you know, land for everybody. And then they were like, I'm going to protect this thing that I put fences around. I'm going to enclose this space. It's mine now. Now you can't have it. If you want to work on it, if you want to work on the land, it's my land. I'll give you money. All of a sudden, people who have shit have a significant advantage over people who do shit. How did this happen?
Valued. You'd be like, okay, you got 6 blueberries. I'm doing shit. I took your blueberries. Labor beats capital in that situation, I suppose. Listen, being breaded is sick, but at the same time, it seems crazy that, like, you know, like, don't get me wrong, like, it works. I'm being careful here, but it works out in my favor most of the time. But, like, you can just put your money in, like, a CD, and you're not really, like, doing anything for society, but you get, like, money back, like 3%. But then, like, a dude can come to your house and, like, clean your car. He's giving up like a little bit of his lifespan to clean your car, and you pay him with like money that you got for doing nothing. That doesn't seem right, man. I just traded you none of my life for some of yours. That's fucked up. I don't know if there's a fix for it, but I've just traded none of my time for some of your time.
Not a Marxist, by the way. Northern Lion perfectly describes primitive accumulation, gets invited to the Comintern. Yes, if there's a Comintern amongst Twitch streamers, Northern Lion would absolutely be the Canadian communist representative, the representative of the representative of the Canadian Communist Union. My personal 9/11 is that there hasn't been a Northern Lion x Hasanabi collab yet. This TikTok is that 4th of July feeling in a nutshell.
USA! USA! USA!
Oh, I just got laid off. Yeah, my job's being
That's so fucked up. I shouldn't be laughing.
replaced by AI.
It's been happening a lot.
Another mass shooting. Yep. Mostly kids. You want to do shots? Chug, 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 chug! Yeah! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh shit. Government just canceled my health insurance.
Yeah, you need that.
Probably stop drinking now, right?
Yeah, like
Probably, yeah.
Alright, well, you guys want to do fentanyl?
It's just like, what is there to feel good about? Real ones only get patriotic around the Olympics. I mean, I agree. I get that way. It's also sometimes a crisis because, like, on the one hand, it's like I want Turkey to do well as well, and then on the other hand, I get excited when China's doing well too. But then I also want LeBron James. Period. You know. It's just it's always a confusing moment for me. Play the anime horse girl racing game. Oh, you mean this one? Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Oh, is that already locked and loaded, ready to go, ready to rip? Would I be delivering a gift to all the fucking Hasanabi gaming enjoyers on this beautiful, bountiful 4th of July for the first time in a long time? Yeah, I got that shit on lock. I saw clips. I saw people celebrating this weird game. And I thought to myself, that looks weird. I like it. Anyway, but as I was saying, 4th of July, don't feel too patriotic. And I feel like the vibes overall, depending on like the level of educational attainment in my immediate orbit amongst like normie friends of mine as well, it like there's definitely less overt patriotism coming from people who are basically faking it, from the people who are like, yeah, 4th of July, but even they're like kind of faking it. They're like me a couple years ago, faking it, but can still enjoy it, as opposed to a lot of the people who otherwise, like liberals who otherwise would be like celebrating it, I feel like are not. They're just like, what's there to fucking, what are we doing? Everything fucking sucks. People are getting laid off. Healthcare is the government's just taking away people's healthcare. It doesn't seem good. ICE raids everywhere. People are getting black bagged off the streets, you know? But if you can still feel, I guess if you can still feel patriotic, more power to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations. We covering Trump's Iowa speech. We covered it yesterday. At least the day off the barbecue. That's true. That's true. Anyway, let's look at Holy Toledo, Mr. Harry Enton, the chief analytics correspondent of Clinton News Network, covering the Democratic pride to be an American. Let's see.
And today on our Independence Day, I'm looking into whether or not Americans feel proud to be an American. And as it turns out, Democrats, their percentage who say they're proud to be an American has fallen through the floor. What are we talking about? Take a look here. Democrats' pride to be an American, extremely or very proud. In 2015, look at this. 4 out of 5 Democrats were extremely or very proud to be an American. That number has plummeted to just 36% now in 2025. A low this century has fallen by more than half since 2015 as Donald Trump has become, of course, president once again this year. Now, what is driving that decline? Well, a lot of it has to do with age. What are we talking about? Well, generation...
Bro, I think this is something that I noticed and something that I've talked about as well. This is the global standard, especially in the Western world. Like, every now and then on my TikTok For You page, I'll have one of those like annoying street interview guys go up to like people in the UK to be like, would you fight for your own country? Would you fight for the fucking UK? And then all of these like broccoli haircut Zoomers would be like, no, mate, what the fuck? Why would I fight for the UK? Fucking hell. Like, this is like the vibes for Gen Z are just bad. Okay. There is very, very little patriotism. There's very little patriotism. And why should there be? What is there to be proud of is the question, right? Like, I think there's a little bit of faking it, right? There's already like a little bit of faking it from everybody to just like kind of get in the mood. Okay? To kind of get in the mood to be like, yeah, I love this country. Hell yeah, #1 country on the planet. But like, nowadays, I don't even think people can fake it because they're just like, everything sucks. I got to go back to work on Monday and I hate my fucking job, but I'm also simultaneously terrified that I'm going to be replaced by AI. You know, I can't even engage in this right now. Shit is just ass. Shit is butt cheeks. I'm never going to have a house. Like, that is the attitude overall. And when you don't have anything to fight for, when you feel as though your institutions are not helping you at all, and life is just getting worse and worse overall, and it's just like, you just go to work, then you go home, you watch some YouTube videos, and you hate your job, you hate your boss, and you have zero opportunities for advancement, no opportunity to you have no disposable income, right? Everything's more and more expensive. You're never going to own a home. Like, your only opportunity for potentially having a home and not having to constantly pay rent is like maybe if your parents were lucky enough, like at a certain point they're going to pass away, and then maybe then you might get their homes. Like, that's it. And that's not going to happen for like the next 40, 50 years probably. So all of that creates an environment where you're like, what am I fighting for? What am I celebrating? What am I looking forward to? This shit sucks. So then it's like, it's hard to even fake patriotism in that regard. I feel like Americans will be infinitely more patriotic if they saw more of the returns from not only the fruits of their own labor, but also more of the amenities of like being this force of evil around the planet. Straight up, if America was more of a social democracy, I think a lot more people would be down with like whatever the fuck we're doing over there, you know? Whatever the fuck we're doing in Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, wherever. They would just be like, yeah, it's fine. At least we get to keep some of these super profits, you know? We get to have better take-home pay. This is fine. But because capitalism requires endless imperialism, and with that endless imperialism, you have diminishing standard of living year over year, because the machine only has a finite amount. And if all of the output is going to 800 military bases around the world and constant pain and torment, then sorry, you can't get the potholes fixed in your fucking neighborhood. Your ISPs are never going to deliver uninterrupted internet connection to you, even though you're in the wealthiest country on the planet. You're not going to get health care. They might even take away your health care. All the stuff. It makes you go, I don't give a shit about this. This sucks. Sorry. All the money is going to the billionaires and also Israel. We have to give more money to Israel. Sorry, you can't have it.
Democrats, proud to be an American or not. Of course, Generation Z, born since 1997. Look at this. Only 24% of Generation Z Democrats are extremely or very proud to be an American. That is actually lower, Erica. That is lower than the percentage who say they have little or no pride to be an American at 32%. I just never thought I'd see these numbers based upon where we were a decade ago, but that's exactly where we are. Now, if Democrats have extremely less pride to be an American than they used to, what about Republicans? Well, this is where the trend line gets interesting, because with Republicans, there is no trend line. In fact, take a look here. Republicans' pride to be an American, extremely or very proud. In 2015,
there is a real divide in this country, bro. Like, I'm telling you, this is a direct through line to educational attainment. Okay, this is a Venn diagram. Okay, the less likely you are to have a higher degree, the more likely you're just sitting around and being like, everything's fucking dope. But I would go so far as to say that even these guys, I wonder what the Gen Z Republican attitude looks like. Because I feel like even they're just like, this is not the best. Things are not the best right now. I mean, guys, let me tell you something, okay? You want to feel this way? Slam your head into concrete over and over again and give yourself a lobotomy, and you will arrive at this position. Literally happened to John Fetterman, even though he's not the best example, because I think he also sometimes, due to his stroke, or maybe he had these feelings already, has like bouts of depression, seemingly, where he wants to walk into traffic. But yeah, you'll be a way happier person overall. You know, this is it. If you wanna live in the bliss of ignorance, you have to become ignorant. You have to work to become ignorant.
it was 90% back when Barack Obama was serving his second term. Now in Donald Trump's second term, it's basically the same percentage, 92%. So Republicans still are extremely or very proud to be an American. Democrats, on the other hand, have seen their numbers fall through the floor, led, of course, by the youngest generation, Generation Z. We'll see how these numbers turn going forward, but the bottom line is whether or not the folks out there are extremely or very proud to be an American, I'm extremely or very proud to be with you, Erica Hill. Happy July 4th.
Don't talk too much shit about him. His son's birthday's coming up. Uh-oh. This tweet is about what you were talking about. What is this? I support Donald Trump's cuts to the treats received by Americans. May the American people derive no benefit from imperial super profits. Yeah, I know. Why does this feel like propaganda? I mean, everything is propaganda. It's CNN. Of course it's propaganda. But like, what is this? Just 58% of Americans say they're very or extremely proud to be American, down from 85% in 2013, the lowest ever recorded by Gallup. I do think that Donald Trump is accelerating this. I think Donald Trump did an insane number on American attitudes. This is an anecdote. I have nothing on this. I have no information on this, but I think Donald Trump doing like this incredible trade implosion scheme and then being like, we're going to dominate China on the global stage. And then that happening side by side with like IShowSpeed going to China and showing an entire generation how awesome China looks. Like that created this very unique environment where everybody was like, wait a minute, I thought these guys were like living in mud huts. I thought these guys were just like peasants working on the rice farm. What the hell? They got better shit than we do. What the fuck is going on? I don't like that. I don't see any positives on my side of the bargain here in the United States of America. And it seems like Chinese people are having a great time over there. What the fuck? I feel like that coming back to back definitely changed at least a lot of people that I know that have always been like, I'm patriotic, I love America, and I hate China. It's my job to, despise China.
How do you prove your...
What is this? MAGA gets furious at Trump parade. They do the same kind of poll, but ask people around the world how they feel about U.S. each year. America found out we are the bootleg country. China is planning to offer cash handouts to families as an incentive for couples to have children. Yeah, they also got the birthright the birth rate situation going on there. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this. Don't worry. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen someone openly admit. It was very strange. I mean, I've been saying America's a third world country with a Gucci belt. Like I've been saying that. We got like a nice shine. You know what America is? America is the 24 karat gold labubu. Okay, that's what it is. It's not even a real labubu. It's a lafufu, and you spray paint it with gold. And now you're just telling everybody you have the only 24 karat gold labubu. I'm the proud owner of the only 24 karat gold labubu. It's just there's clearly a gold plate on it, and it's not even a real labubu, and it's getting increasingly more and more like it's increasingly getting less gold as days go by. My queen, take it back. Okay, do you want someone send me the link so we can watch it? Oh, here. You want to see it? You want to see it again, chat? Here, I gotta show it to you. Okay, here.
Have the one and only 24 karat gold labubu. I have the one and only 24 karat gold labubu. The one and only 24 karat gold labubu. This is the only 24 karat gold labubu. My 24 karat gold labubu. Now, I am now going to prove to you all that my 24 karat gold labubu. So, my 24 karat gold labubu. So, as you all know, I am the proud owner of the 24 karat gold labubu. My 24...
Dude, there's something so funny about people being like, dog, have you seen the legal mindset video about you? Dude, if I were to cover every Rumble lawyer, fake lawyer that actually is like a fucking right-wing freak that spends most of their time talking about like trans people, I would lose my mind. I would have no time to cover anything else. I get it. A lot of you are drama perverts, okay? And you nut when you think about the prospect of drama. But I'm not going to pay any mind or any attention to some fucking psychotic MAGA lawyer, not a real lawyer, but a passport bro, who offers fucking courses on becoming a passport bro, who primarily fucking streams on Rumble. Why do you guys come in here and ask for this stuff? It's never going to happen. Okay? It's never happening. We're talking about Labubu's 24 karat gold Labubus. Dude, you got to watch the Sigma Grindset lawyer's fucking video on you. Okay. I'm good, man. Thanks.
Carat gold Labubu. My 24 carat Labubu. I am the only person in the world to have a 24 carat gold Labubu. I own the only 24 carat gold Labubu. I can't believe it. I've been out today and someone's stolen my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Devastating.
Get ready with me while I get ready to go to the news station about my 24 karat gold Labubu.
No, she's no longer the only person who has the only 24 karat gold Labubu. She has a sapphire Labubu now. What a queen. Is that an upgrade?
Labubu.
I literally cannot stop saying Labubu like this 102-year-old Hungarian grandmother. Labubu.
Labubu. Labubu.
What is that? What is happening here? That first frame is terrifying. She looks like an animatronic. That's crazy.
Our other big story.
Anyway, but yeah. America, the 24 karat gold Labubu, okay? That's what it is. That's where we're at. That's what's popping. That's what's happening. The ADL has come out. By the way, last night we watched Donald Trump deliver a speech to a crowd of American Iowans who were very excited at the prospect of the big, beautiful bill passing, which I thought was really funny because it directly was going to take away the people behind him, the people that were gleefully cheering, their health care. This is a bill that doesn't do anything positive for these people, okay? Nothing whatsoever, okay? There's not even like anything in there that you could point to as remotely positive. So we watched Donald Trump deliver a speech to a crowd of heart-diseased Iowans, as you can see in the background, cheering as he gleefully talked about taking away their Medicaid and their SNAP benefits so that Donald Trump's wealthy friends can keep their massive tax cuts. Now, the big, beautiful bill was designed in an effort to make the previous Trump tax cuts from 2017 permanent. They were supposed to sunset. They were supposed to sunset right now, okay, or soon. And Donald Trump was able to whip the votes and expertly craft this fuck the working poor bill and go against a lot of his previous campaign promises, such as I am not going to take away your Medicaid. I'm not going to touch Medicaid. All right. Well, it turns out he is molesting the Medicaid. Okay. He is molesting the healthcare, just like he molested global trade. And here we are. What is this? Oh, the Social Security Association blasted out these bullshit emails yesterday. I heard about this yesterday from a chatter as well. I didn't know it was real or not. But yeah, Social Security applauds passage of legislation providing historic tax relief for seniors. SSA admin is sucking on it. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of inappropriate. I mean, this is pretty inappropriate. Not that it fucking matters. No one cares, right? Like there's no normalcy anymore. But like I wish the Democrats would do more stuff like this. Every time Donald Trump and his administration does some fuck shit, I just immediately I'm like taking notes. I'm like, dude, do this next time. You know what I mean? Like do this. I mean, he's lying, right? It's a way to try to, reorient your focus to something that is supposed to be positive, but it's not, right? There is no new tax cuts here. The only thing that you get is no tax increase, a marginal, modest tax increase for most of the working class, but a significant tax increase for everyone above the $200,000 a year, the top 20% of wealth. They would have seen more tax increases. But the Trump administration, of course, is, expertly doing political ads for their dog shit bill. And every time they do something, I'm like, oh, fuck, man. I wish the Democrats would do something like this. This would be sick. You say there's nothing good in this bill for working class and poor people. There's no taxes. There's no taxes. So SS, tips and overtime is good. I can't believe the Dems didn't run on something like that. Dude, I'm sorry to report this to you, but if you were already working in the service sector and there are no taxes on your tips, you already are not eligible for a tax break anyway. You are not making enough for a tax break. Okay? You are probably getting a tax return at the tax season. Most of these people are not already, they're not already getting a major tax break here, okay? There are some who get a modest amount back. There are, like, if you're a firefighter and your job relies on a lot of overtime, okay? If you're a firefighter and your job, you get a lot of overtime, like you can make like $1,000 a year back. But once again, the no tax on tips is literally just a deductible of up to $25,000. So yes, you're correct. Not only that, but also they are going to go away. You know what's not going away though? The tax cuts for the super wealthy that were made permanent. Those no tax on tips, they're going away by, I think, 2028, right? Like that's also slated to sunset. Not only is it not unlimited, it's there's a $25,000 cap, and most of the people in the service sector or in gig economy jobs are not even going to be able to get to a level where they benefit from this tax cut. There are some people who will, but a much smaller percentage of the overall labor force are actually going to even be able to take advantage of this. There's also a cap on it. And I mean, you're talking about like 1% within the entire fucking labor force in this country at that point. And everybody thinks they're going to benefit from it. I don't know why. I don't know how they just like fell for this bullshit. Also, Kamala Harris did run on no tax on tips as well. And it's temporary. This is just giving handouts to cops, okay? You know the only sector that actually makes high enough that they would actually see this as a tax cut because they do a lot of overtime? Aside from firefighters, it's cops. Cops are the only people who benefit from this bill. Cops love spamming overtime, and firefighters too. Firefighters do as well. Okay, but like people out here really think this is a great opportunity. We're gonna make so much money. It's like, no, it's just they have to be making enough that that they were already paying more taxes. Most people with all of their tips don't even reach that threshold to pay taxes on this stuff anyway. That's not true, man. I work in construction, lots of overtime. Good luck, brother. Yeah, if you make under $51,000 a year, you will actually pay more in taxes. Also, the cutoff for the no tax on tips is $25,000. Wait, you know this bill sucks, so why are you glazing it? You said there's nothing good in this bill for working class / poor people. The no taxes on tips and overtimes is good. Overtime is good. I can't believe Dems didn't run on something like that. Overtime taxes are huge. Social Security should not be taxed at all. That's a decent amount of money. It's smart politics and actually helps people. American brain, dude. American brain is always tax cuts are the only way to help the working class. No, dog. You know the best way to help the working class? You know what is the best way to help the working class? Taxing the rich, okay? Keeping taxes stable for the working class in general, and then having a fuck ton of amenities and a fuck ton of social safety nets for everybody. That's how you're supposed to help the working class. But because most Americans, regardless of what their class position is and regardless of what their ideological tendencies are so understandably frustrated with the government that they just see taxes as this antagonistic. They have an antagonistic relationship with the government and they have an antagonistic relationship with the taxes because they just see it as like the government stealing their money so they can give it to baby murder machines that are used in Israel, okay? Most people go, why the fuck am I giving money to the government? I don't see anything in return. Put Social Security and tax on 60 hours of work a week. Not taxing those is a great way to show people you support the working class. Yes, dude, you're right. Donald Trump supports the working class. He really showed it. Social Security isn't taxed until $25,000 a year. The average Social Security recipient makes $20,000 a year. It is a wholesale lie. You think some salaried employees might change to hourly so they can get a lot of overtime and avoid taxes on it? Trump says the Republican mega bill will eliminate taxes on Social Security. It does not. President Donald Trump keeps saying that Republicans' mega tax and spending cut legislation will eliminate taxes on federal and Social Security benefits. It does not. At best, Trump's no tax on Social Security claim exaggerates the benefits to seniors if either the House or Senate pass proposals signed into law. Trump has repeatedly told voters during his 2024 campaign that he would eliminate taxes on Social Security. As his massive legislative package has moved through Congress, the Republican president has claimed that that's what the bill would do. Trump has said on a recent appearance on Fox News' Sunday Morning Futures that the bill includes no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime. Instead of eliminating the tax, the Senate and House have each passed their own versions of a temporary tax deduction for seniors age 65 and over, which applies to all income, not just Social Security. And it turns out not all Social Security beneficiaries will be able to claim the deduction. Those who won't be able to do so include the lowest income seniors who already don't pay tax on Social Security, those who choose to claim their benefits before they reach the age 65, and those above a defined income threshold. The Senate proposal includes a temporary $6,000 deduction for seniors over the age of 65, contrasted with the House proposal, which includes a temporary deduction of $4,000. The Senate proposal approved Tuesday would eliminate Social Security tax liability for seniors with an adjusted gross incomes of $75,000 or less, or $150,000 if filing as a married couple. If passed in the law, the tax deduction would last 4 years from 2025 to 2029. The deductions phase out as the income increases. Touting a new Council of Economic Advisors analysis, the White House said Tuesday that 88% of all seniors who receive Social Security will pay no tax on their Social Security benefits, going on to say that the Senate proposal's $6,000 senior deduction is estimated to benefit 33.9 million seniors, including seniors not claiming Social Security. The deduction yields an average increase in after-tax income of $670 per senior who benefits from it. Garrett Watson, director of the policy analysis of the Tax Foundation think tank, said conflating the tax deduction with a claim that there will be no tax on Social Security could end up confusing and angering a lot of seniors who will expect to pay no taxes or expected not to pay taxes on their Social Security benefits. While the deduction does provide some relief for seniors, it is far from completely repealing the tax on their benefits. Further, the problem is there's lots of MAGA people. Here is lots of MAGA people are so poor they will cheer on $5 extra for themselves and not care about billionaires because they got the $5 extra. You're just describing stupidity. And I'm trying to explain to people that it is stupidity. If you're receiving $5 back on your take-home pay, while billionaires are receiving $5 million back, okay, at a time when they're already paying a tremendously minor fucking part of their yearly net worth increase in the form of taxes, their yearly real income, okay, their effective tax rate is literally, depending on how wealthy they are, it goes all the way down to like 0.1%, as opposed to someone like you in the working class, you're paying around 37 to 50, maybe even 60% of your yearly income. And then on top of that, the rest goes directly into existing and surviving and living and paying rent and paying for groceries. You have no money left. Okay? People just don't understand it. They don't realize. They're like, oh, well, I got $5 back. This is great. Okay. Well, the wealthiest in society are getting millions of dollars back. They should be paying more. If I were to ask those very same people, like, do you think they should be taxed at a similar rate? You would say yes. And for the poorest Americans, okay, for the poorest Americans in the working class, they unironically actually get fucked over. Not only are they not seeing a tax decrease at all, okay, they're also losing their benefits. They're losing the things that taxes are paying for. So you're actually losing money. If you are above the top 20% threshold, if you're making over $200,000 a year or more, there will be some either modest, if you're closer to the $200,000 level, you will see some modest benefits from this. And the higher you go up the $217,000 line, it's not even $200,000, it's $217,000, the top 20% of wealth. which is experiencing 60% of all of the tax cuts from this bill. Okay? The higher you go from the $217,000 line, the more the benefits are, the more bountiful the benefits are. Okay? Everything below that line is not even seeing anything, and there's past the point of there's a point that you go beneath. If you go beneath like $55,000 a year, for example, you are actually seeing decreased benefits. Like, it fucks you. It directly fucks you. When did these cuts go into effect? Don't worry, after the midterms. Republicans designed it in a way. The Republicans designed the bill in a way where the impact can only be seen after the midterm elections. So fear not. They are trying to avoid experiencing some kind of backlash. It's so transparently fucked up. Does that include all ICE funding? Oh, dude, yeah, $175 billion with a B to ICE, making it the most expensive, most costly law enforcement agency, making ICE's like Trump's immigration detention and immigration enforcement agenda the most expensive law enforcement agency. It's like more expensive than the fucking Marine Corps. Okay, their annual budget is larger than the Marines. Great stuff to have in there too. 150 billion to the military, 175 billion to ICE alone. Okay, to ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, and Trump's like immigration enforcement agenda. Fantastic stuff he will do with that. Better funded than, I think it makes ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, Trump's Gestapo, the 10th best funded army on the planet. Yeah. And of course, as things stand, we know Democrats will never defund ICE. So that's just permanent. And that machine will require more immigrants to throw into it. It's like a volcano. No, the third. I think it's like third largest standing army. No, it's not the largest standing army. It's like the expensive. It is higher than the defense spending of many countries, and I think it's like seventh or something. It's not third. Last year, Russia budgeted $149 billion to their military. Yes, $175 billion is not the annual expenditure for ICE. That is across many years. I think the yearly breakdown comes to like 50 billion or something like that. I forget. Yeah, the 175 billion is across 5 years. Fantastic stuff. Anyway, let's look at 4th of July holiday week, expected to set record for travelers.
Story is the ongoing July 4th getaway. The FAA recorded 51,000 scheduled flights yesterday, its busiest day of a very busy week for travelers. And Dave Malkoff is at the world's busiest airport in Atlanta. Dave, how you faring out there?
Hi, Michelle. Yeah, I can feel it is getting busy out there. Look at all these travelers back here. 4 million people will come through this airport, this one airport this weekend. According to AAA, we'll see 72.2 million travelers going at least 50 miles away from their home this week. That's up 2.4% from last year, and that breaks down almost 6 million people on airplanes and then 62 million in cars. Those are both record-setting numbers. American Airlines predicts that they will see the most customers ever during this travel period. United says that it expects to fly 560,000 people every single day of the 4th of July travel period. That's something like 3 takeoffs per minute. The increase could have something to do with gas prices. Yes, they are lower. Nationally, it's down to $3.16 per gallon on average. But more flights means more delays. So we had about 9,000 delays yesterday. That's both internally in the United States and coming in and out of the United States. And if you look back there, you can see that TSA is starting to get crowded. But, Nancy, it's going to be...
Remember when Schumer said a shutdown was worse than letting them pass the budget? Glad he saved his energy? Yeah. Well, it was a de facto shutdown anyway, because the shutdown is supposed to shut down federal workers, which Donald Trump did by way of Doge, only to have to forcibly restore it because a lot of things stopped working. Also, last night, as we talked about, Donald Trump was live and alive in Iowa as people were cheering on his direct cuts that will ruin the lives of the people behind him. And he said something on there that I immediately clocked as potentially anti-Semitic. He used the term Shylock, which is a Jewish moneylender, the OG Jewish merchant meme from Shakespeare, and you know, but he's pro-Israel, so it's fine.
But if you love them, or if you love somebody that you're leaving it to, think of that: no death tax, no estate tax, no going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people. But if you love them, or if you love.
And then Eric Swalwell said, if the ADL can't condemn this, they should pack it up. They will have zero credibility. And the ADL did. They said the term Shylock evokes a centuries-old anti-Semitic trope about Jews and greed that is extremely offensive and dangerous. President Trump's use of the term is very troubling and irresponsible. It underscores how lies and conspiracies about Jews remain deeply entrenched in our country. Words from our leaders matter, and we expect more from the President of the United States. Yeah, they did it. They did it. They finally came out. Listen, they were really busy. Okay, to be fair to the ADL, they've been really busy, you know, going after true anti-Semites like myself who don't actually say anything anti-Semitic and, as a matter of fact, combat anti-Semitism with regular frequency, but also don't think that Israel should do a genocide or maintain an ethno-state. So, I mean, who's to say what's anti-Semitic at that point? You know what I mean? I mean, one is far, far, far more anti-Semitic than the other, obviously.
We're on the cusp of a historic settlement with Harvard University. What's changed since then? Do you think you're closer to an agreement, or do you think Columbia could go first?
I think we're going to probably settle with Harvard. We're going to probably settle with Columbia. They want to settle very badly.
How much?
There's no rush. A lot of money.
I wanted to ask you about one of the words you used during your speech, Shylocks. That's widely viewed as an anti-Semitic phrase. Do you intend for that word to be used that way?
I've never heard it that way. To me, a Shylock is somebody that's a money lender at high rates. I've never heard it that way. You view it differently than me.
I'm a big fan of Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice. Believe it, folks. Beautiful, beautiful work. 1596. Beautiful year, best year, many people are saying. Well, I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused why people are getting mad at Trump for this. He said he doesn't see it that way, so I guess that's okay. That's legit the only time I've heard that word. Yeah, it's like the OG. It's the OG, like, Jewish merchant meme. Like, that's where it's like, that's what it is. He's like a shitty money lender. A Jewish money lender that is greedy. Like, that's where it comes from. That's why when I heard it, I was like, damn, isn't that like a no word? The funniest defense of what Trump said. Trump bombed Iran. He can say Shylock 100 times a day forever as far as I'm concerned. Is this real? Did he actually say this? No, there's no way. John Podhoretz does believe this, but I doubt that he would openly say it. I feel like this is a fake tweet. Oh my God, he literally said it. Trump bombed Iran. He can say, dude, how many, dude. When you bomb Iran, you get to say whatever you want. Okay? Are you kidding me? Democratic majority for Israel. This is offensive and unacceptable. Unfortunately, it's part of a pattern of President Trump spreading anti-Semitic stereotypes. He should apologize. This is good. Maybe this will take the attention away from what a lot of these organizations are way more focused on, which is anyone and everyone that says Israel should stop doing a genocide. Wow, I'm shocked. Guys, let me tell you how surprised I am that a right-wing conservative said something that is bigoted. What? I'm just now finding out that right-wing conservatives sometimes happen to be a little bigoted. Just a little bit. Wow. What? That's crazy. Stop. Stop the presses, dude.
Of that major tax and spending legislation that could affect the lives of every American. President Trump calls it his big, beautiful.
The ADL demanded and immediately got an apology from Vice President Biden for using Shylock in 2014. Biden said of the ADL director Foxman, he's correct, he's right. So an immediate apology from Trump for his use of the anti-Semitic slur is the minimum. I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? I think everyone is just like fucking around with this. Maybe I'm crazy, but like Trump has said incredibly anti-Semitic shit on the campaign trail. He literally said if he loses, it's because of the Jews. The Jews are responsible for his loss. He said that I've done so much for the Jews. Why don't they love me more? Like, what are we talking about? Oh my God, I can't believe he used the term Shylock. Like, he says Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish himself, is a Palestinian. He uses Palestinian as a pejorative. Okay? Like, I don't think anybody cares about this. I think people are just saying this to you know, openly show the openly test out the moral consistency of like institutions like the ADL. Okay? That's what it is. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like a lot of this is just like silly. Like, yeah, imagine the reaction if Mamdani used the term Shylock. Like, imagine, again, if I did something like this, if I said something like this, if Rashida Tlaib said something like this, if Zohran Mamdani said something like this, there would be calls to fucking jail people, okay? That's it. Language policing is super lame, and I immediately disengage when I hear fellow leftists do it. I mean, it's just like, it's funny because this is like the least anti-Semitic thing Trump has said, okay? The idea that like every American Jew is supposed to care about Israel is literally anti-Semitic. It is not only, and that's not just my estimation as an anti-Zionist, like that is literally baked into the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, okay? Like that is the people who have cynically tried to weaponize anti-Semitism as a conflation, in their conflation between Israel and Judaism, also openly recognize that like the notion that Jews only care about Israel is anti-Semitic, which is true. That is an anti-Semitic trope. That is an anti-Semitic association. Yeah, I saw this from Mehdi Hassan. Imagine the reaction if Mamdani said this, or Tlaib, or Hassan Piker. None of them would, of course, say this, but the president of the United States says it and it won't make any headlines or provoke any stern Jonathan Greenblatt condemnations. Yeah. He is like, he's anti-Semitic in the exact same way that like a lot of people his age are, okay? Where it's like, you know, Jews, they're money people, they're in the media, like that type of anti-Semite. That's it. Like that's the level. He's not like the neo-Nazi level of anti-Semite, but it doesn't matter because he's a neo-Nazi in other ways, okay? But because he loves Israel, as a direct consequence of the incredible amounts of money that he's gotten from Miriam Adelson and then previously Sheldon Adelson before he died, that he will always do whatever the fuck Israel wants him to do, and therefore nobody really gives a shit. He could straight up say way more anti-Semitic shit than this, and the institutions that would, in other circumstances, the institutions that would otherwise like call out people and demand that they get punished, would absolutely take positions exactly like John Podhoretz. No, but this is extremely helpful / transparent. Zionists are saying that Trump, and anyone else for that matter, can be explicitly and openly anti-Semitic as long as they fight Israel's wars of expansion and shield it from accountability for genocide. Israel at the expense of Jews. This is precisely what it is. That's it. Some would say he could kill a man on Fifth Avenue and they would still vote for him. I mean, exactly. Guys, the highest version of this was not seen with Donald Trump. The highest version of this was seen with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who very famously, as you guys know, I'm using his website right now, purchased this website that we're using, okay, and turned it into 4chan. And it tainted discourse across the board. It has had a cancerous impact on Discord everywhere else as well, on discourse everywhere else as well, okay? There are open neo-Nazi conspiracies on the timeline. People are fucking posting Hitler fan cams on the timeline, okay? Saying that, oh, the painter man was wrong, or we were wrong about the painter man, shit like that, okay? It's turned into 4chan poll. Elon Musk, in the process of doing that, has routinely highlighted neo-Nazi accounts like open Holocaust deniers, and racist eugenicists, one that famously also just got highlighted by the New York Times in an effort to fucking smear Zohran Mamdani, as we covered yesterday. It has turned the website unusable. There are ads for Hitler, for Adolf Hitler on the website. Elon Musk also took the maximalist anti-Semitic position when he responded to a neo-Nazi who was saying, well, Jews imported the third world here, so now that they're doing anti-Semitism, well, sucks to suck, you brought this on yourselves. This is the classic anti-Semitic trope. The idea that... Okay, peki. Okay, baba dur tamam söyle yaparım tamam. Anneme söyle mesaj atsın bana. Elon Musk geldiği zaman atsın o zaman. Ondan sonra sipariş veririm. Elon Musk turned around and looked at that great replacement theory, which is the idea that like Jews are bringing in the third world into Western civilization to destroy the racial fabric of Western civilization in an effort to destroy it from within. And he said, you have said the truth. That is the maximum anti-Semitic position you can arrive at. Okay? I can't think of any other anti-Semitic conspiracy that's more damning than that one. It is directly the one that Adolf Hitler used. It is directly the anti-Semitic conspiracy that the synagogue shooter, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter was geared up about when he went into the synagogue and shot the attending Jews. Elon Musk turned around and said, this is great. Like, you have said the actual truth. But because he's pro-Israel, because he is pro-Israel, the ADL has routinely defended him. The ADL literally defended him, throwing up the Sig Heil twice on inauguration. Okay, that's it. That's it. What is that chatter saying? Are you making an argument to that point that's demonstrably true? Wait, what? You're going to make that argument that is demonstrably true? Is the truth anti-Semitic? You think Jews have Elon is not a Nazi, lol. Brother, I don't think you're a good judge on who is a Nazi and who is not a Nazi, considering that you think that Jews have engaged in a conspiracy to fucking import the third world into the Western civilization, to destroy Western civilization from within. Dog, you're a fucking Nazi. What do you mean? That is not a correct argument at all, you fucking moron. That's not even an argument. That's just a made-up hysterical fantasy. Yeah, what always gets admitted is the original poster was accusing Chuds of saying Hitler was right. The replier says basically actually he was, and Elon Musk concurs. Yeah. The cowards hiding behind anonymity on the internet and posting Hitler was right. You got something to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? And this guy goes, okay, I'll say it to your face. Hitler was right. Look at him. Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit about how Western Jewish populations come into the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them much. You want the truth said to your face. There it is. Elon Musk turns around and says, you have said the actual truth. To which he replies with, or to which Charles Weber, the original poster, replies with, I think this ad is showing a white father who supports Jews lecturing his college-age son not to be an anti-Semite. This ad aired back in March at a time when anti-Semitism, blah, 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 college campuses. Elon Musk does not reply to the original poster. Okay? In the aftermath of this, Elon Musk went through the classic ADL route of going to a Holocaust museum and writing a fucking book report on the Holocaust and basically then reaffirming his commitment to Israel. And since then, the ADL has consistently defended him instead of, and have spent most of his time and most of his efforts on, I don't know, combating the anti-Semitism on Steam or combating the anti-Semitism, fake anti-Semitism accusations against people like myself on Twitch because of my anti-Israel position. Okay? You never hear the increase of anti-Semitism on Twitter for some reason, which is literally the nucleus of anti-Semitism. Twitter is the breeding ground of anti-Semitism, like actual anti-Semitism, not like fucking anti-Israel statements, okay? And yet you never hear from Jonathan Greenblatt on any of that shit because Jonathan Greenblatt only cares about Israel, okay? It's so ironic this pussy hasn't been banned yet. I love that these people literally fucking come in here to complain that I'm not banned yet, not realizing that they have become the social justice warriors that they fucking despise, by the way. every goddamn day you see right-wingers being like, why isn't this guy, why isn't he banned yet? Please, mods, ban him. Soy right, dude. Fucking soy right. Anyway, my point is nobody actually gives a shit about any of this stuff, okay? I don't even think the people are pointing out the inconsistencies give a shit about it. And I think this point itself is more important. Trump has been openly threatening to deport Mamdani for a week, and the ADL hasn't said a word about it. It's supposed to be a civil rights organization. It's a 501c3, a civil rights organization. Remember that. Not sure how to break the news to you, Eric, but the ADL is a sleazy pro-Israel lobbying organization that absolutely loves what Trump is doing. The best part of the ADL is their own staffers hate working there. They routinely revolt before and after October 7th because the dopes thought that they were working for a civil rights organization. ADL staffers dissented after CEO compared Palestinian rights groups to right-wing extremists, leaked audio reveals. A special meeting called to answer internal critics shows that the ADL's vocal opposition to the anti-Zionist left is controversial even within the organization. Anti-Defamation League staff decried dishonest campaign against Israel's critics. ADL has only doubled down on initiatives defending Israel and the policies of Israeli government amid criticism and staff resignations. Conveniently, the ADL itself is giving up the pretense that it's a civil rights organization. Everyone else should as well. Amid record fundraising, ADL lays off staff to consolidate focus on anti-Semitism. And it's not actually consolidating focus on anti-Semitism. It's consolidating focus on anti-Israel statements. Anti-Semitism is simply a weapon that they use. And because of that, they will sometimes correctly call out like real anti-Semitism, because if they only fucking called out Israel's critics, then obviously most people will go, all right, dog, I don't think you're being real with this. I don't think you're being honest with this. What the fuck is this shit? Right? Anyway, let's get back to the big, beautiful bill, which Donald Trump is going to be signing in this big ceremony today.
Beautiful bill, and he's expected to sign it today. It includes extending his 2017 tax cuts and adding billions more for defense and border security. The Congressional Budget Office projects nearly 12 million Americans will lose Medicaid, and the deficit will increase by more than $3 trillion. So, a lot to break down. Willie James Inman is at the White House for us this morning. Willie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad. This Independence Day, the president will celebrate a huge win after Republicans passed a key piece of his legislative agenda, just in time to meet Trump's July 4th deadline.
President Trump celebrated the passage of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill at a rally-style event in Iowa.
There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again.
Reminding his supporters that the bill delivers on many of his campaign promises.
With this bill, every major promise I made to the people of Iowa in 2024 became a promise kept.
Which includes increased spending for border security and the military, extends the 2017 Trump tax cuts, along with a temporary cut to federal taxes on tips and overtime. The bill will also add more than $3 trillion to the deficit over 10 years, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. But getting the tax and spending cut package across the finish line wasn't easy.
The yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
2 Republicans voted with all Democrats against the bill. And as the president watched from the White House Thursday, Republican leaders touted this as a big win for President Trump's domestic agenda.
I can tell you that this bill is going to be a great thing for everybody around the country, my constituents especially.
Democrats have blasted the bill, which includes cuts to social programs such as food stamps and Medicaid. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries stalled final passage to voice his opposition during a record-setting speech lasting nearly 9 hours.
It's a crime.
I don't even know what to say about any of this shit, bro. Like, it's just they don't care. Nobody cares. I don't know what else to say about it. It's just it seems like we're just cooked. You know?
Going after the health and the safety and the well-being of the American people, and Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it.
The president announced that he will sign the legislation later today into law, inviting all members of Congress to be there. The event will be followed by a 4th of July celebration, including a military jet flyover, complete with a B-2 stealth bomber, the same jet used during the strike against Iranian nuclear enrichment sites last month. Michelle?
Willie James Inman at the White House. Thank you.
President Trump's big...
Bro could have been a live streamer with all that yapping. True. Breaking down Trump's spending bill. What's in and what's out. Let's take a look.
Big tax and spending bill. Yesterday, he celebrated its passage in Iowa.
There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again.
Of course, not everyone is happy. It is expected to add trillions to the deficit. Also in the bill, cuts to food benefits for millions, cuts to student loans, including for medical school, and an end to clean energy credits from the Biden era. And big cuts to the National Park Service, though the bill does fulfill a campaign promise. No more taxes on overtime and tips, but only through President Trump's term. It also boosts funding for ICE and a border wall and for air traffic control. So to break it all down, we've got our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa, joining us this morning. Bob, good to see you. So as you know, the president fought to have this bill pass, and he's celebrating its passage. But is there any concern amongst Republicans about how the impacts will affect cuts, for example, in Medicaid and the people who rely on them?
Good morning, Vlad. Well, there are public celebrations from President Trump and other Republicans. Behind the scenes, it's a little bit more muted. There is concern that ahead of the 2026 midterm elections, Republicans are going to feel a burden politically because of all of these cuts across the board, and especially on Medicaid. Many working Americans who are looking for that sort of health care coverage, who are looking for food benefits, they might feel a bit of a limit in terms of the scope of what they can get, and they might make Republicans pay the price. But strategists say in the GOP, they're going to work in the coming year to try to sell this bill.
All right, so you no doubt saw Hakeem Jeffries making that very long and impassioned speech against the bill on the House floor. Is this a sign of how Democrats will be framing their messaging ahead of the midterms?
The way in which this unfolded is really important to look at. Representative Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, his allies tell me behind the scenes he needed a moment. He wants to go toe-to-toe with President Trump as a political performer, not just as someone who has a different political argument. And by seizing the political stage and really getting national attention, they're hoping that Representative Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, can get out there and start to articulate for the Democrats a forceful argument against President Trump and say that this bill and everything President Trump is doing is enabling the rich in this country. You see class.
He's a real performer, dude. That one. Democrats need more communicators. Hakeem Jeffries is really bad at communicating, unfortunately, for the Democratic Party.
Politics starting to emerge as a real part of this next conversation.
You no doubt saw the president yesterday after he was asked about his power in this term, saying that he feels that he has a lot more power this term than he did in his first term. So what does this policy fight this week tell us about where the two parties stand and how much President Trump is driving the process?
Quickly, Vlad, this shows how much power President Trump has within the Republican Party. Usually these big legislative fights have a lot of intra-party quarreling. What you saw is President Trump was able to get almost everything he wanted at a relatively fast pace.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Happy Independence Day, my friend.
The motion is adopted.
The House of Representatives passed President Trump's one big, beautiful tax and spending bill.
Sort of celebrating like...
Dude, Uniparty is giving the B-2 bomber to Israel now. Release. Gottheimer and Lawler introduced bipartisan bunker buster act to equip Israel against Iran's continued nuclear threat, strengthen U.S. national security. Amazing. Guys, listen. When things seem horrible, when the only kinds of change that is expected from Congress is basically getting fucked over if you're working class, you can always count on them to deliver more lethal weapons to Israel in the process. Okay? We do need to give Israel more. We do need to give them B-2 bombers. Why shouldn't they have it? What are you, an anti-Semite? Bet you regret not voting for Kamala now, buddy. No. The girl boss will be different. She'll be given more B-2s, okay? Chill.
Like the biggest bill of its kind ever signed, and it's going to make this country into a rocket ship.
At what point will we just give Israel nukes? Oh, buddy, let me tell you. Little too late for that. You're late by decades on that one, okay? Boy, do I have news for you. They already got them, all right? They already got them.
It's going to be really great.
We're going to take you through some of the highlights of this bill. They extended basically everything that was scheduled to expire as far as the 2017 tax cuts. Back then, in President Trump's first term, Congress set all these tax cuts to expire at the end of 2025. Republicans really viewed those tax cuts as a huge success, and they made it a priority to remove that expiration date. The child tax credit has been $2,000. This bill will make it $2,200 and index it to inflation. The estate tax, they increased the exemption, so that's the per person amount that you don't have to pay estate taxes on, to $15 million per person. Republicans really disfavored electric vehicles and clean energy tax credits. And now anything purchased after September 30th is not eligible for those credits. On clean energy, the wind and solar in particular are taking a hit in this bill. They're going to be phased out faster. The state and local tax deduction has been capped at $10,000 since 2017. There was a block of Republicans from New York, New Jersey, California in the House who wouldn't vote for this bill without a much higher cap. What they got was $40,000. It's a pretty significant amount. That starts phasing down once income reaches $500,000. This bill also includes some new items, particularly ones that President Trump campaigned on last year when he was running for a second term. One is no tax on tips, up to a $25,000 deduction for tipped workers. Again, you're still going to pay payroll taxes on those, similar amounts for overtime pay. It's removing income taxes on the sort of half part of time and a half. So you'd still pay taxes on straight time, but then the additional half increment you wouldn't necessarily pay income tax on, you would get a deduction. Car loan interest for domestically produced cars, you'd be able to deduct thousands of dollars in interest. The fourth is a deduction for seniors. So the president talks about this bill making it so there's no tax on Social Security. That is not in fact the case. There's an approximation of that, an attempt to do something like that. It's a $6,000 per person deduction for people ages 65 and up. Generally, these provisions will all kick in for tax year 2025. They are temporary. They go from 2025 through 2028.
Bro, I was at work as a scientist, and one of my colleagues, a research technician, was saying the left is pro-war and the right is anti-war. And my professor told me he believes the Jews control the NIH in America, where he worked for a decade. We are so Omega Cook, bro. What do you even do? Wait, he thinks the Jews control NIH in America? Is this before or after Donald Trump decided that if you say something anti-Israel, then your NIH grants will be revoked? Because I don't think that it was the Jews that asked for that. It was the Trump administration that demanded that. Don't understand that at all. How can you be a Trump supporter and then look at Donald Trump literally going, I mean, first of all, how can you be a Trump supporter and then be like, oh, Trump is anti-war, the Dems are pro-war? I get why people think the Dems are pro-war because they are pro-war. They say it all the time. And Trump says he's anti-war, but at least he's like showing you that he's pro-war. Also, simultaneously, if you're a Trump supporter, you're like, you see him revoking NIH grants from colleges that don't actually sign a loyalty pledge to Israel. What's going on there? Like, what? I don't understand. Are you pro-Trump? Like, but Trump is also under like Jewish control by your estimation at that point. Like, it's like a very confusing. It's a very confusing position to arrive at. According to this bill, it's not even building something for other people. It's just transferring ours to them. Although the bill does suggest we should construct specialized runways in Israel so they can use them. The Bipartisan Bunker Buster Act will help ensure Iran can never threaten the U.S., Israel, or our allies with a nuclear weapon, give the president the authority to transfer the massive ordnance penetrator bomb or bunker buster and the aircraft necessary to carry it if Iran is on the cusp of developing a weapon, and preserve Israel's qualitative military edge in the region while maintaining the capacity to deter Iran. I also don't understand how you can be a scientist of any capacity and go through the necessary hours of research, book reading, scientific experiments, okay, or whatever the fuck scientists do, and then still be a Trump supporter. It makes no sense. The entire administration is anti-science. How do you arrive at this? How do you arrive at this incredibly contradictory position? It doesn't make any sense. Like, at a certain point, after your 8th conversation with a Trump supporter, or after your 8th article that you read about Donald Trump, you got to be like, okay, maybe this guy's not really on board with science in general. Book smarts, but zero common sense. But I just don't understand because, like, dude, it is a real chickens for KFC moment, okay? If you're a fucking scientist, if you are even If you're a literate person, Trump is waging war against you. What the fuck do you mean? Not even a scientist. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Low int stat and a bit of autistic hyperfixation on a single topic. Conservative scientist status acquired. Class interest? What class interest? When you are working for a fucking institution like a college, your class interests are exactly the opposite of what Trump is doing. That is my point. My point is that it literally is against their own immediate interests. It's against their class interests. What do you think? Fucking people that are working at colleges that are tasked with doing research are fucking raking in the big bucks? Is that what you think is going on? They certainly are not. The level of stupidity demonstrated there is like that one Persian guy that we looked at yesterday who was like, I love Donald Trump, even though he tried to deport and is in the process of deporting my Iranian wife. I don't regret voting for Trump. Like, that's what you're doing at that point. Because this guy is directly taking away your money. Okay, he's taking away your income. Anyway, he said he's anti-Trump. And I do brain science. After he said he believed it before, too, because the heads are apparently Jewish, he said. He's Italian. Might explain it or make it more confusing. What? I watched this guy named Genetically Modified Skeptic, and he made a video about this. Turns out many famous / somewhat famous atheists and scientists hate trans people, so they take the side of Trump. What? Explain me doctors claiming anti-COVID. It's all cognitive dissidence. But there's not that many of them, is my point. I guess there's not that many fucking scientists when you think about it, too. We're just like we're lasering in on an anecdote.
And we'll see how they go. We'll see who wins the 2026 and 2028 elections and how eager they are to continue those policies. Republicans were looking for ways to get more money for their priorities. So they were able to say, okay, well, we'll just take the agencies we like and favor and that Trump wants more money for, ICE, Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security, the Defense Department, missile defense, those kinds of things, and shipbuilding, and just plus those up and add several $100 billion that are going to all of those things. One open question is what happens with the base levels of funding for those agencies, whether this Congress or future Congresses, particularly if Democrats have some more power, start carving back some of the annual money for those agencies.
This dangerous and extreme Republican budget will result in Americans losing their lives.
And the biggest point of contention is Medicaid, which is the federal state health insurance program largely for low-income people.
My extremely intelligent college grad dad supports Trump because he's that fucking racist. He hates immigrants that much. Wow. That's the type of shit that just, fucks me up a little bit. Like, how can you be like a well-read individual and be pro-Trump is a genuine question that I have. Like, you don't have to be pro-Democrat, you know what I mean? But like being pro-Trump is something far beyond, There are a fuck ton of people who are not pro-Democrat, but they're certainly anti-Trump, you know what I mean? Or there are a fuck ton of people who are who aren't pro-Democrat, but are at least like not pro-Trump. Okay, I'm not even talking about like anti-Trump, but at least you're not pro-Trump. It's just always shocking. Like, I've said this I used to say this so much more frequently, but yeah, if you're making like $300,000 a year or more, it's understandable why you would always align with the Republican Party unconditionally. Okay, if you're making a fuck ton of money, you want more tax breaks. And the Republican Party will guarantee it for you. They will. The Democrats will also play ball usually, but like at least the Republicans, they are actively on your side. Okay? And then if you're not making that kind of money, then there is the Christian nationalist component to it, where people are just like, I'm poor, but I really want like a Christian caliphate in America. Right? I want like an evangelical Protestant caliphate that is white, and I don't care I don't care how cruel we get to make that happen, right? Like, there are people like that as well. And at least Trump gives them something, right? Trump gives the wealthy tax cuts and keeps their tax cuts and will usually not disrupt their way of their way of existing. With some exceptions, when they turn around and when they turn around and fucking, I don't know, try to implode global trade every now and then, they fuck people over, right? Stop saying caliphate is a pejorative. Oh, shut up. I'm Turkish, okay? We had it for centuries. I will use whatever I want. I will use whatever term I want as a pejorative. I think we've moved past the point of caliphate's chatter. Come on. Anyway, so my point is, like, if you're not in either of those categories, like, it doesn't make sense that you'd be fucking pro-Trump. It just doesn't make sense at all. And I don't mean like that means you have to be pro-Democrat, or that doesn't even mean you have to be anti-Trump across the board. It's just shocking to me that there are people who are vociferously pro-Trump that don't fit into either of these categories.
One of the things they did is create work requirements. So able-bodied people will have to start looking for work or having work in order to be able to get Medicaid. Work requirements, among the biggest single items saving money in this bill. That's about $326 billion through 2034. You also see more frequent eligibility checks in Medicaid. And there are also changes to premium tax credits under the Affordable Care Act. All those changes will mean that by 2034, 11 million people will not have health insurance compared to what would happen if Congress did nothing here.
Not possible for Arabia to be united without a caliphate? Are you controlled opposition? I guess I am. Controlled opposition. Not even controlled. I think that a restoration of the caliphate as a project is fucking stupid.
We're concerned about the effect of that on the providers. And so to deal with the changes they created, there's a $50 billion rural healthcare fund.
This bill represents, in the text of this bill, the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history.
Democrats have highlighted in this bill is really the contrast between the effects on low-income people who are receiving benefits from Medicaid and nutrition assistance, and the tax cuts that go to some extent to tipped workers, but a lot of the money is certainly going to very high-income people. So if Democrats win the House majority next year, you may see them try to delay or change those tax cuts.
It's going to add much more to the debt. And so I think without question, this is not a fiscally conservative bill.
This bill absolutely increases the deficit. The way that Congress looks at this generally is what happens to deficits over the next 10 years through 2034 if compared to a scenario where Congress does nothing. That's about $3.4 trillion, of course, that would happen anyway. Republicans have sort of the $21 trillion or so in budget deficits that would happen anyway. Republicans have sort of two very different arguments about why they think that's overstated. One, and this is coming from the Senate, they say, okay, look, let's just assume that the tax cuts were going to be extended anyway. That's $3.8 trillion. And so really, if you look at it that way, this is reducing deficits by $400 billion. The other way that House Republicans look at it is they say, economic growth. They argue that the tax cuts plus other Trump policies, whether it's deregulation, energy production, those kinds of things, are going to speed up economic growth and throw off more tax revenue and therefore pay for a large chunk of this bill. Economists outside of the White House are very concerned about the drag of budget deficits on the economy, and they're worried about higher interest rates and a growing pile of debt sort of counteracting that growth effect.
Renewable energy, like
the motion is the caliphate. Oh, there's so many people asking me. The caliphate is basically like the Vatican, okay? A singular force that controls the entirety of the Islamic world. That's it. It's like what the Vatican is for Catholics. And it used to exist, and it was controlled by the Empire, and it's gone now. Not even close. Okay. The caliph is like the emperor and pope combined. Not even necessarily. It can be separate, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it is going to exist in that is so wrong, it's crazy. How much would the $50 billion relieve the Medicaid cuts for rural hospitals? It's not going to make up for the severe cuts, for the record. Let's fucking go. ICE morale soars after big beautiful bill passes. Oh God.
Happy Independence Day. I want to talk about just how significant the largest infusion of border resources we are getting in the big, beautiful bill. Every border official I've ever talked to said there's three things you need to secure our nation: infrastructure, manpower, and technology. Let's break down the $100 billion, a huge $46.5 billion for
Only Sunnis believe in the caliphate, but the caliph is just a political leader, whereas the Pope is the vicegerent of God on earth. Shias don't believe in a caliphate. They believe in the imamate, and their imams are much more akin to the role of a pope.
Border wall construction upgrades and the detection technology. While the numbers are lower than they've ever been, the wall is what works. Every Border Patrol official has told me that, and they're going to continue to build it. Now, you've also got to talk about why so many people were released under the Biden years. It's because they ran out of places to hold them. They told us we have nowhere to house them, so we have to release them. Well, we're talking about $45 billion for single adult detention in family residential centers. That's going to be for temporary places.
Dude, it's so crazy to live through the development of the neo-Nazi movement of this century, or well, not this century, the second neo-Nazi development of this century. Like, it's crazy. This is literally like if during Nazi Germany and the Nazi rise to power, you had like media and the press writing writing about how wonderful it is that we are doing expenditures on like new developments of concentration camps. You know, it's just so weird. It's so strange to watch. It's so strange to watch this happen in real time and have people celebrate it.
Kind of like Alcatraz, we hear, where as ICE arrests the criminal migrant illegal aliens into the interior of the country, they'll have a place to put them as they make their way out of the country. You've got nearly $30 billion for hiring, training, and retention of ICE officers, technology, and transport. They are at a level now where if they get this resources, they can really move and ultimately get the more than 400,000 criminal illegal aliens we know are in our country. Finally, for just over $4 billion for the hiring and training for Border Patrol agents and others. While numbers are down on that southern border, we still need people to walk the line there. $100 billion total. So to discuss it, nobody better than the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons. Mr. Director, happy 4th of July. Thank you for taking time. And I will just start, Todd, with getting your perspective on how significant this bill is and these resources will be for ICE.
Hey, Griff, thanks for having me. Yeah, and happy 4th of July to you and everybody on the staff. No, it's going to be great. I mean, when you think about how depleted ICE has been over the past 4 years, they last administration totally minimized the work the men and women of ICE do every day. It really cut our resources. So you're seeing now, under this administration, President Trump has made a promise.
It's not even true, by the way. I wish that was true. Every day I close my eyes and dream of a Democratic Party that the Republicans present being the reality. I wish that was the case. Fuck, man. Oh, they make it seem like Democrats are actively defending the working class. Democrats are actively underfunding ICE. They're like standing in opposition to ICE. Like, I wish, dude. I wish that was the case.
Promise to the American people to make America safe again. And a key part of that is his immigration strategy. And what Secretary Noem has done with helping craft this bill, it's been amazing. Just like you said, the detention space alone is going to be huge for us. We saw so many individuals let into the country last time without due proper vetting. We know we have so many known gotaways, known suspected terrorists. This is going to give us the tools and resources now to have the infrastructure in place to go ahead and ensure that ICE is going out and being that viable law enforcement partner we are and going after all these public safety threats. And the one main thing, Griff, that you pointed out is the manpower and hiring. We've lost so many good men and women because they just didn't feel like they were law enforcement officers anymore. When you're just not allowed to do your job, it's very hard.
This is the most annoying aspect of like pro-cop propaganda, is always just like talking about the fucking feelings of cops. Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit, okay? And not for ICE and not for cops in general. It's like they literally did this in the post-BLM world where they were like, it's just so hard to be a cop. They get paid incredible wages. They get the spam overtime pay. They get literal benefits as though they're living in like a Scandinavian country, okay? They're also completely unaccountable, impossible to fucking fire, and because they have all of that, the one thing that they don't have is respect, which is also false. They do get an endless amount of praise and respect that they don't even deserve, for the record. And yet it's still not enough. There's just like constantly, oh God, how do we make up for this for this for the fact that there are people in American society that say cops are fucking lazy, and they're doing the same thing for ICE. It's just like they have everything, and of course, when you have everything, anne kapının dışında dış kapıda.
Heartbreaking. So now we're going to have the opportunity to get men and women of ICE the backup they need. We're going to be able to retain these great individuals. So it's going to be a great win for the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, Mr. Director, it seems that morale is up. Our friend and my colleague in common, Bill Malugin, getting some reaction from some of your ICE officers saying things like this. Let's go. This is long overdue and will give us the resources to ramp it up and give the American people what they voted for. This ensures that ICE is the tip of the spear to make America safe again. You know, you really, and of course, the smiley face emoji, and then the last one there, this administration has been fighting nonstop to give the law enforcement agents in these dangerous sanctuary communities the tools we need to complete the mission. As you talk about giving your men and women what they need, Todd, you're facing a backlash the likes of which ICE has never seen, from agents being doxxed and assaults now on your ICE officers up nearly 700%, as you already have some California cities canceling their 4th of July events today to literally have a response to protect migrants from ICE raids. You see them here, LA County, Whittier, Bell Gardens, and Cudahy as well, just out of control. What are you saying to your rank?
What do you mean, dude? You are a villain. You are literally a villain. You are talking about communities in an effort to protect themselves from like these these fucking masked thugs coming in and kidnapping people, are not even able to celebrate the 4th of July, and there's not really much to celebrate to begin with, where they're just like, oh, this is somehow also because they hate ICE. Like, this guy is so hopped up on racism juice that he literally just said, these communities, how dare they protect migrants? How is that a negative? Am I misunderstanding something? Like, he just straight up positioned communities protecting migrants against these unjustifiable deportation campaigns as a negative, because he knows that his audience will perceive it as such. Like, he doesn't even have to make an argument about why this is a necessity.
What are you saying to your team?
Well, you know, like you said, assaults are up to almost 700%, and that's totally unreal, and it's unacceptable. The men and women of ICE are out there doing a law enforcement mission. Never in my career or my lifetime would I think that we'd see people attacking law enforcement officers for arresting the worst of the worst. With that, what I have to say about these events being canceled, it's ludicrous. ICE isn't going out to events and arresting and rounding people up, right? What ICE is doing, and the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, is keeping America safe this 4th of July. So what I can tell you is not only my agency, but all department agencies.
Yeah, totally. I feel so much safer knowing that they're just going to like random fucking car washes and kidnapping people that have been working there for what, 20 years? So safe, dude. Yeah, we as Americans, we feel a lot safer when we have literal faceless fucking thugs that are geared up to the goddamn gills with weapons and armor running around kidnapping people. That seems like an infinitely more safe environment than not having that. Like, this isn't even just about being Latino, okay? Like being an American of like Mexican or Guatemalan or, you know, Latin American descent, Latin American background. This is just unsafe for everybody. Like, it's unsafe for everybody across the board. Who the fuck is like, oh, I feel so safe? Because unaccountable psychopaths are able to cover their fucking faces and round people up and kidnap them and send them wherever. Have you seen how the Haitians are handling ICE? Yeah, I did. I saw mostly people talking about it. I haven't seen videos. I don't know how real that was, but I heard that like they try to do a dragnet in a Haitian neighborhood, Little Haiti in New York, and they were not able to complete that mission, it seems, which is great. I mean, that's what every community should be doing.
components have been out there working with state and local officials to ensure that things like the sleeper cell threats, these known or suspected terrorists that came in, aren't going to affect our 4th of July weekend, and that Americans can go out and celebrate. So what we should be focused on is what the good work that the men and women of ICE are doing to protect this nation. You know, you guys have highlighted, Griff, what we've done with some of the high-threat countries. We arrested a former sniper from one of these high-risk countries. We arrested an Iranian that was tied to Hezbollah. We are out there ensuring that these people that were let in under the last administration aren't going to do us harm on a great day like July 4th.
You know, just in the last few seconds I've got, Todd, we're doing Proud American shout-outs all day. How proud are you?
Proud American shout-outs all day. Ugh.
Gang violence has been tearing apart the Caribbean nation of Haiti for months. UN officials now warning gangs control an estimated 90% of the capital. It's why hundreds of thousands have fled, like Kevinson and Shirley Jean, who 2 years ago legally immigrated to rural Panhandle, Texas.
We wanted to start a new life where we can have hope for our future kids or for our future dreams.
But now they are living in limbo. Last week, the Trump administration announced in September it would end temporary protected status for Haitians like the Jeans, which the Biden administration had extended due to gang violence. And even though the FAA has banned U.S. flights to Haiti's capital, the administration now says the environmental situation in Haiti has improved enough that it is safe for Haitian citizens to.
It has not.
Return home.
Return to Haiti right now is death sentence.
My biggest worry is like they can kidnap me, rape me, because the gang, they don't think, I think they don't care about if you're gonna suffer.
Already, the Jeans' work permits have expired. Members of their church, many of who voted for President Trump, are helping them pay for a lawyer to seek asylum. A federal judge this week blocked the Trump administration's move to end TPS. But Tom Homan, the president's border czar, says the government will appeal the decision.
Why go after Haitian immigrants that came here legally and who have been contributing to society and who, by the way, have the support of Trump supporters who voted for the president?
Again, the president made a commitment we're going to enforce immigration laws in this country. And we do prioritize the worst of the worst. But that doesn't mean everybody else is off the table. If they're here in violation of immigration law and we find them, they're going to be arrested.
The Jeans just praying they can stay.
There's good people that embrace the American culture. So there has to be a way to help them find something to stay here in America.
BC News, Panhandle, Texas.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Of course, we're celebrating the 4th of July today, but this year's celebration.
Yeah, Haiti rhetoric is transparently putting the target on Black Americans next. Yeah. I mean, there already has been a target on Black Americans, even with all the ICE apprehensions before the Haiti stuff. But the Haiti stuff will only accelerate the targeting of Black Americans 100%. But then there's also the denaturalization initiatives, which will, I think, go after political dissidents too.
Will look different for years past for some families. In the Los Angeles area, many local celebrations have been canceled due to fears of ICE raids, especially in predominantly Hispanic communities. This is happening as a new memo from the Department of Justice is gaining attention. In it, the White House directs federal attorneys to focus their efforts on denaturalization cases and revoking citizenship from naturalized citizens who have committed certain crimes. By the way, denaturalization cases are nothing new. Both President Obama and President Trump during his first term expanded the use of denaturalization, using it to target immigrants who lied about their involvement in criminal groups on their immigration applications. However, the threshold to pursue denaturalization is extremely high. In 2017, under the first Trump administration, the DOJ filed just 30 denaturalization cases.
By the way, most commonly applied to people of Palestinian descent. Like this process has almost always historically been used against people of either Palestinian descent or people who are people who have exhibited pro-Palestine opinions. The denaturalization stuff. I've shown you this before. Throughout American history, they have done this. Like denaturalization is very, very limited, but there is a precedent for it.
This is according to the Miami Herald. So what does this new memo mean for the millions of naturalized citizens living in the United States? Joining us now is immigration attorney Kathleen Martinez. Kathleen, good to see you.
Good morning.
So first of all, there are 25 million naturalized citizens living in the U.S. right now, as you know. Should they be concerned about what this new DOJ memo is calling for?
I'm African American / Scottish, like that matters. Only speak English, adopt it, and I keep getting stopped by ICE in my state whenever I go to Walmart. We're so fucked.
Most naturalized citizens should not be concerned about this at all. Like you said, this is not new. Multiple administrations have practiced the policy of denaturalization, and most people are not eligible.
Yeah, except that's not what the Trump administration is saying. What do you mean? Most naturalized citizens should not be worried about this at all is a wild thing to say, because when the Trump administration says this, they're not actually going to go after, like, first of all, the conversation surrounding denaturalizing criminals is already fucking insane, because that is unprecedented. Okay. And even in the past, when they have done this kind of denaturalization past, they still did it on the same within the same boundaries. It was still ridiculous. Look, Dave Weigel on denaturalization. The Ogles letter didn't come from nowhere. By the time he sent it, the administration was already expanding efforts to denaturalize immigrants. That effort, in a June 11th memo first reported by the Associated Press, focuses on immigrants accused of crimes, though those can range from terrorism to concealment of material information when seeking citizenship. In addition, on Monday, the administration announced that it had revoked a visa for the members of Bob Vylan, a British hip-hop duo, after they led a chant of death to the IDF at a UK music festival. We're trying to eradicate and stop anti-Semitism, DOJ Civil Rights Division Attorney Leo Terrell explained on Fox News. Getting a visa is a privilege, and that man is a person who wants to incite violence. This extremely, extremely unique circumstance of denaturalization has almost always, at least in contemporary American history, been applied to people that are involved in, like, pro-Palestinian affairs and whatnot. Okay? Having said that, the Trump administration moving in this direction shows that they want to do it wholesale. They want to accelerate the process. So anyone that says, "Oh, this is just like most people are not eligible for this," I don't think that's the case.
So, Kathleen, at this point, you're saying that if people aren't concerned, it also has to do with how complicated this all is. Can you talk us through the process of what this actually means? How does this work?
Sure. So in order to be, I guess, subject to litigation for denaturalization, you have to either be a convicted war criminal or you have to have obtained your citizenship through fraud. And it's very, very difficult to put someone in this situation.
I was naturalized in 2008, but I've been posting hella anti-Trump stuff on IG and Discord. How worried should I be? You shouldn't be that worried at this point. Okay. I will say that this is, like, if it gets to this point and the criminal justice system completely collapses on this, or the justice system completely collapses on this, it's over. It's over for the country. We are firmly in Nazi territory. It is uncharted territory as far as like how much we've accelerated the Nazi sentiment in this country. It's full fascism. We already, like I said, we're like knee deep in the waters of fascism. At that point, we'll be waist deep in the waters of fascism. There are only a few steps remaining for this to turn into like a full tilt concentration camp regime in the way that we understand it in like Nazi Germany. Because denaturalization is the tool that Nazi Germany used. Okay? Denaturalization is what they did to the Jews, to the political dissidents, to the Roma population. Like this is the exact same tool. A lot of people don't realize that. They think that like they think that it was like different. They were like, "Oh, they just like were sent to death camps to be killed." Like, no, dude. That's not how this works. It did not start off as death camps. It started with the process of denaturalization, remigration. The claim that German Jews were stateless, like they were not real Germans. That came after decades of dehumanization.
The Trump administration managed to only denaturalize about 100 people last time. And Biden did about 24 cases because it's so difficult. There's a process to obtaining green cards and then citizenship that typically weed these people out. It's so difficult to obtain it originally that to be able to take it away from you once you've actually naturalized is very rare.
So are there certain groups of immigrants who would be more likely to be subject for denaturalization under this memo? And I'm sort of just thinking about the resources that are required to do something like this to the scale that the president seems to be indicating he wants done. I mean, is the standard applied, for example, to people of Russian descent who have been involved in criminal proceedings the same way that it might for somebody who's from Guatemala originally?
I mean, on paper, but in reality, we're all seeing who he's, I guess, the Trump administration is targeting right now, and who I fear are people who are pro-Palestinian or have voiced their advocacy and publicly. We see what he did with student visas. I feel like.
Son, don't you think there might be a few key differences between Nazi Germany and Trump America now? Trump is old and is the only one on the right with this level of magnetic attraction. True. Also, many of his policies are extremely unpopular. Also true. And most Americans already are vaguely familiar with Nazi Germany. Also true. But even in a community as educated as this one, who's as locked in as this one, there are still people who are naysayers that come in and go, dude, come on, that's a bridge too far. This comparison is ridiculous. Don't you feel like you're exaggerating when it's literally slamming them in the fucking face? So if a community that is this fucking tuned in to both the historical atrocities of the Holocaust and the way that Nazi Germany evolved into the final solution, okay, at a time when we are watching a live streamed Holocaust that is taking place and people's endless capacity to turn a blind eye to that violence, don't you feel like we haven't really learned those lessons at all from Nazi Germany, from the Holocaust? And as a matter of fact, there is already one modern equivalent of such happening in real time that is causing people to completely shut that out.
Like those are the people who he is going to target in this administration.
Kathleen, obviously big news coming out of the Big Beautiful Bill, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which allocates tens of billions of dollars.
Athletically smart. Norman Finkelstein recently argued that Trump doesn't need fascism like the Nazis because he has no real opposition. He has a majority in Congress and controls the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts? He does have an opposition within the deep or bureaucratic state, and that's why he's purging it. So if you look at the early years of both the Bolsheviks and the fascists in Germany, it took them several years to consolidate power because they had to dismantle bureaucratic structures that were not loyal to the party. And there were a lot of court battles, which in the beginning the Nazis lost. There was hostile press in both early Nazi Germany as well as in the early years of the Bolshevik seizure of power, but gradually they were dismantled and destroyed. And I think that's the process that we're watching. So endemic within the bureaucratic structures, there are forces that seek or would like to obstruct the unilateral or dictatorial power that Trump and those around him are trying to achieve. And that's why we're seeing the assault on the deep state. And the replacement, well, there's two things going on. They're harvesting. They're firing lots and lots of people. That's, of course, about privatization. There's 1 million civilian employees and they working for the Pentagon. They would like to get rid of most of them, and then you contract out because that's how these corporations make money. I mean, it's interesting if you read Karl Marx, he talks about the late stage of capitalism.
How is it dictatorial to say illegal immigrants leave? Okay, I'm going to explain this. Foundational Americans aren't immigrants. Foundational African Americans. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Oh, I love that. We got a foundational African American defender in the chat. That's amazing. Oh, boy. Listen, I'm going to try to explain this to you very, very carefully, okay? If there is no real harm being conducted by migrant workers, and they are simply positioned as violent and simply lied about as contributing real harm to society, even though they're basically engaging in wage slavery and they are in legal limbo. They're directly considered second class, not even citizens, second class non-citizens in this country. Then don't you feel like all of this racist hysteria that is designed around the way that people look at undocumented migrants is identical to the way that foundational Black Americans were treated in this country historically, don't you feel as though it is a one-to-one comparison almost? Not the machine of chattel slavery, of course, but at least like the enmity and the anger and resentment and the dehumanization that foundational Black Americans who were brought here as slaves and the lies that people told, the lies that white people told about Black people that contributed to this resentment that many white Americans felt towards Black people. Don't you feel like it's identical to undocumented migrants? And the very same enmity, the very same dehumanization will, of course, inevitably make its way to the prosecution of Black people as well. And it already has, for the record. Now that we are deciding, now that we've decided, we're going to take away the authorization of Haitian migrants that are in this country legally and start the deportation process of Haitians, that is opening the floodgates of ICE going to Black neighborhoods and illegally detaining Black people, whether they are foundational Black Americans or not. Don't you feel like that's going to happen? You can't see a world where that is absolutely going to happen. What's really interesting about foundational Black Americans as this like almost cultish way of thinking is that it is this complete reversal from the resentment that is sometimes demonstrated by first-generation African migrants in this country, where a lot of people that come from African countries, African nations, that are fresh off the boat, per se, will claim that they are of a different status and background than Black people, African Americans that have been living here for generations, okay? This is the exact reversal of that kind of mindset. But what many first-generation African immigrants quickly realize is that in the eyes of the state, in the eyes of the white supremacist state, there is no difference between them and a Black person that has been living here for generations that is a descendant of slaves. White supremacy dictates that the state doesn't see you as anything different, especially because the enmity and the anger or the resentment that the state has towards you is not born out of any sort of real logical conclusion. It's just a simple white supremacist superiority attitude that needs constant fucking the constant recycling of propaganda and stereotyping and dehumanization to justify itself, to justify its existence. You understand? There is no real reason for racism. It's just a successful tool that people in positions of power utilize to divide the working class. There is no true logic behind anti-Black sentiment. There is no truth behind it. There's no like empirical evidence that you can point to. That's why racists will oftentimes try to engage in a logical justification, and historically they've applied eugenicist attitudes to create a scientific reasoning for why there is a difference between Black people and white people. That's why they've used now debunked science back then. You're really saying Trump wants an America with white people only? Then what, Eastern Europe versus Western Europe? It makes no sense. Well, I'm confused by what you're saying here. But yes, I do think that there are many in the Trump cabinet that want a white nation state, or at least they want to work towards that goal. And whatever steps they take in achieving that goal, if they get like, I don't know, 5 million people out or 1 million people out that are brown or Black, then that's good enough. And because there is no real logical reason for why the administration is doing this, and it's just pure resentment, it's unproductive and bad, and they will never soothe their appetite for it.
Dollars to building more detention facilities and also boosting the capabilities of ICE and its officers. How do you expect this surge in funding will really impact the work that you and other immigration attorneys are doing right now?
Sure. So under the Biden administration, I was doing a lot of affirmative actions, or applications, like applying for a green card, naturalization. I wasn't doing as much removal defense work, and now I'm doing a lot of removal defense as well as bond. So ICE has a quota. They have to arrest up to 3,000 immigrants a day. And unfortunately, a lot of people are not deportable who they're arresting. They're making massive mistakes and they're not screening these immigrants properly. So immigration attorneys like myself are having to get people out on bond or released in general for being wrongfully detained who are not even deportable.
The other thing that I find really fascinating on this Independence Day, it's ironic that there are some people who get angry when folks like yourself try to give advice to people on how to protect themselves in situations like this. And the advice that you give is in using the legal due process that is afforded to everyone in this country. So what steps would you take to advise people to protect themselves proactively as this bill goes into effect?
It really depends on your immigration history, whether you are subject to ICE jurisdiction or whether you're actually deportable, because surprisingly enough, not all 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States are actually subject to deportation. Just because you're undocumented does not mean that you are a criminal, and it does not mean that you are deportable. So if you are in one of those vulnerable situations where you actually are deportable or subject to ICE jurisdiction, it's very important that you know your rights. That if you have some kind of temporary protective status, like DACA, TPS, asylum status, keep proof of it. Keep your documents on you at all times. You might be wrongfully detained, but it doesn't mean you'll be deported. So if you are detained, you need to reserve your right to remain silent, and you also need to be able to call your attorney and refuse to answer any questions without an attorney. If you are detained, you need to request a hearing in front of a judge. If you cannot afford an attorney, you can ask the judge for a list of pro bono attorneys so you can call them immediately.
All right, Kathleen Martinez, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
And as we get ready to celebrate America's birthday, there's a commie wannabe trying to destroy one of our greatest cities, New York. Socialist mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani wants to bring New York City back to the 70s and 80s.
I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating.
We didn't have to look long for his tweets to figure out he was lying. Queer liberation means defund the police. We can tax the rich, heal the sick, house the poor, defund the police, and build a socialist New York. Defund the NYPD. Here to discuss is Republican New York mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa. Curtis, thank you for being here. You founded the Guardian Angels back in the 70s because of the violence we were seeing. Explain what defunding the police would mean to this city in this moment.
In this city, with the Guardian Angels, we witnessed the celebration of the bicentennial. That was 1976. First time there were fireworks by Macy's over the East River. Most of my Guardian Angels.
I don't care about this. Trump is going live. It's Mega Bill celebration time. Let's tune into CNN.
Folks inside that building, are they certain this is going to be a positive for them in the midterms?
Well, I think that what they want they find this to be a victory for President Trump, and now they will figure out how to sell this to people in the midterm elections. But certainly Democrats are going to want to use the very words that you had people like Tom Tillis, who eventually was a major no vote on this bill in the Senate, Josh Hawley, who was very critical about the Medicaid cuts, expect them to be featured in campaign ads going forward. We already know that there are various Democratic ad makers who are starting to prepare ads and will go out over the course of this next month trying to target those swing district members. But for the Trump administration, they really believe that this bill is making good on his campaign promises, and they think that's what people are going to focus on. I mean, we talked about the tax cuts, about no tax on tips and overtime, but there's also a ton of money going to immigration enforcement, and we know that immigration and the border was a top issue for voters in the 2024 election. It still is a top concern, and so they are betting that that will pay off with voters and that they will see those elements that Trump had promised to implement, and that may help Republicans in the midterms.
Speaking of the deficit, of course, some of the most critical criticisms came from Elon Musk as regards this bill, and Elon Musk is now talking again quite seriously, it seems, about founding a third party. He was tweeting just in the last 24 hours. Independence Day is the perfect time to ask if you want independence from the two-party, some would say uniparty system. He went on to say, our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice. He's got a lot of money to back that up. Again, as we wait the president, Annalise, I'll ask you first and then Archie second. Who would a third party threaten more? Republicans or Democrats in your view?
That's a good question. Probably Republicans, but I could make an argument for either. I think there are a lot of people on both the right and the left frustrated with their parties, but I'm not sure if Elon Musk is going to be the great convener to unify that group of folks.
He's got a lot of money to at least to fund, because one thing he's talking about is targeting specific swing races, saying, I think he tweeted, perhaps a dozen seats as opposed to a national third party that would contest. Would that worry Democrats perhaps as much as Republicans in some of those swing districts?
I think the strategy is a bit of a wild card, and I think Elon Musk is a wild card. But I do think when you look back at Ross Perot, he really did impact the debate on the deficit. So I think that's where actually Elon Musk's real potential is to impact the debate.
And you might say that Ross Perot turned that election from George H.W. Bush to Clinton, right? I mean,
absolutely.
At least in the national numbers, of course, he didn't win himself, but he did impact the race. Again, as we wait the president, just a few minutes past his 2-minute warning, our Kristen Holmes remains at the White House. Kristen, President Trump, how does he view this as he gets to the midterm? President Trump will claim a win, and we're going to see that a lot today. Does he have any concern that, for instance, benefit cuts will impact his party come November next year?
Well, a couple of things to keep in mind here. One, President Trump is not on the ballot, and he's not going to run another term after this. So those kind of concerns, we know that President Trump really cares about one person winning an election, and it is himself. But keep in mind another part of this, which is that when I talk to White House officials and administration officials and Republicans, they tell me that they understand at this point that they are losing the battle in messaging when it comes to this bill. They have been spending all of their time focused on getting this bill passed, and they haven't been spending time trying to spin up support for any of the things that perhaps their voters will like. So what you're going to start to see here in the next couple weeks, months, is going to be a full court press. And it's not going to be just coming from the White House or just coming from specific candidates who are running. It's also going to come from outside Republican groups. And what they're going to be doing is really trying to change the narrative on this bill. Again, they are clearly, when I talk to the White House, they are clearly aware that this bill is not incredibly popular among voters. So you're going to start seeing that kind of press looking at advertisements, social media blitzes, campaigns in various areas, particularly swing districts, or areas where they believe it needs to be really explained in a certain way. We also know that these lawmakers, when they came to the White House, they expressed this concern to the administration. Unclear if they said it to President Trump himself, but to the others that were in the room. How are we going to be messaging this? And that has been a conversation that administration officials have been having directly with lawmakers. For example, one of the conversations was around Medicaid and talking about how each state is still going to be able to allocate those funds. Yes, Medicaid is a federal fund that will go to the state, but one of these talking points that they're going to start pushing forward is that each state will determine where they want those funds to go. So if you're talking about specific hospitals, et cetera. So these are just touch the tip of the iceberg here on what these conversations are going to look like, but you're really going to see a ramp up in how Republicans are messaging this come the next couple of weeks.
Kristen Holmes at the White House, thanks so much. As we continue to wait, the president about to do his victory lap as he signs.
Hallelujah.
It's a perfect place to disappear.
That's awesome. This guy is just constantly, remember all the, wait, what is this? The right has no problem with incremental progress towards their goals. Why does the left? What kind of incremental progress has taken place in the last multiple decades in the direction of
Ladies and gentlemen,
leftist goals
Master
being
Gunnery
accomplished?
Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the president's own United
And no, Elon Musk will not fucking start the Republican Green Party, okay? It's just not going to happen. Remember all the talk about how ours wouldn't get anything done because of their slim majority? Guess that was bullshit. Yeah, of course, because they are able to actually push the votes on their side as opposed to the fucking dummies on the Democratic Party side. Also, 3 Democrats died, which made the Republican majority less slim, I guess. It was still slim enough.
our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, that really did it for me. I'm feeling patriotic now. I've been awash with patriotism. Show the crowd. I want to see the crowd, but I don't know who he invited there. This big, beautiful Bill ceremony. Look, this guy is proving my point. You're right, the entire Obama presidency does not count anymore. You are so right. That's exactly my point. The most incremental change in the direction of socialized medicine literally was struck down under the Obama administration, which would have been a public option. It was taken out. The ACA, outside of the two
Ladies and
provisions,
gentlemen, the president
the
of the
ACA
United
outside of the two provisions of pre-existing conditions provision, the 26-year-olds being able to still retain their health insurance under their parents' provision, was literally a subsidization scheme for the private-public partnership that continued private health care.
Especially after what happened just a week ago, when you look at that big, beautiful
First
plane, and the
implemented
other
by a
ones were
Republican governor
something.
by the
It
name of
was,
Mitt Romney in
incredible
Massachusetts.
mission. And I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been in many, many years. We have pride, we have dignity, we have something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought-after job there's ever been, serving in our military. 1 year ago, people didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police, our firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full. And I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics. We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible. And they told me very strongly, the leaders of a big part of the world, very respected people all, they told me that, 1 year ago, your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's the way it is, and that's the way we like it. And it's only going to get hotter. I promise you that. After that spectacular display of American power, let me just say that God bless the United States military, and God bless the USA. God bless the USA. And to all Americans, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July. This is going to be something special. This spirit in this country, we haven't seen anything like it in many, many years and decades. Let me also express our gratitude to our magnificent First Lady. She worked very hard to make this all work. We have a fireworks display about 9 o'clock tonight. I hope you're all going to be around and watch it. I know our congressmen and our senators who are standing right here, so many of them, they did such a great job. They're going to be here. I guarantee you, they're not leaving. They're not leaving. Thanks as well to the National Park Service, the USO, and countless friends and distinguished guests. We have so many people in the audience that have so much to do with the success of our country. We've, I think, had probably the most successful almost 6 months as a president and the presidency. I think they're saying it was the best 6 months, and I know for a fact they're saying the last 2 weeks there has never been anything like it as far as winning, winning, winning. So as you know, 2 weeks ago, our incredible Air Force pilots conducted one of the most successful military strikes in all of history, Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's exactly what it was. It was a hammer. This evening, we're honored to be joined by 150 airmen and their families from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home of the B-2 bomber. And we've kept them a little bit on guard. We kept them a little bit, let's be a little bit quiet about it. But if you want to raise your hand very quickly, raise your hand, because you people are just incredible. They don't want to be in disguise. You know, they say, we don't have to do that. They're looking at us like we're a bunch of babies. We don't have to be in disguise. We saw all those hands go up. Thank you very much. We owe you everything. Great job. Incredible. Just flawless. One of the most flawless military campaigns in the history of our country. If you remember years ago, they had helicopters crashing into each other. It was a disaster, the hostages in Iran. And we had just the opposite. We didn't have any crashes. We didn't lose any planes. We didn't lose anybody. Those beautiful planes that you saw were totally stealth. They flew right over the center of a very hostile country, and they never even saw it coming. And then they said, skedaddle. They dropped the bombs. They said, skedaddle. And that big sucker turned over like this on its side, and it got out of there. Well, I'll tell you what, how they do that, but they can do it. I asked our great General Kane, how do they do that? Do they really love doing that? Look at them, they're all laughing. And they said, do they really like doing it, sir? They can't wait. Better you than me. That's all I can say. It was a flawless mission. Every single bomb hit, and it was total obliteration, total obliteration. Now, even the fake news is admitting that. They hated to admit it, but they had no choice. That was an incredible thing, and these heroic pilots show what it means to fly, fight, and win. To every service member who supported that mission, and we have many of them here. We've made you we've made you proud by supporting, but you've made us even prouder by having the courage to get in those gorgeous machines and fly through the roughest airspace anywhere in the world. And we salute you, and we honor you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we're also honored and delighted to be joined by hundreds of service members and military families. Those families are the best we have. From all across the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force. I love the Space Force. You know why? Because we're the ones that did it. It turned out to be a very invaluable force, actually. The Coast Guard and the Marines are incredible people. On behalf of our entire nation, this 4th of July, we thank you for keeping America safe, strong, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much for being here. Great honor. And stick around for the fireworks. And our country's had so much to celebrate this Independence Day. As we enter our 249th year, America is winning, winning, winning like never before. We're not, I'll tell you, we're in a category now that's where we've wanted to be for a long time. We suffered with 4 horrible years of embarrassment. Afghanistan may be the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. We're never going to let a thing like that happen again. Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes. Almost $15 trillion. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything even close. The stock market's at an all-time high. Jobs are at an all-time high. Everything's at an all-time high. And we're going to keep it that way. We have the greatest country in the world, and we're back. We're back like nobody thought possible this quickly. I thought it would take maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe even 3. And we did it in less than 6 months. We are back and strong. We've restored American strength and deterrence on the world stage. We're respected again. The world is respecting us again. When we did NATO, those leaders came up to me and they said, you know what, we're going to go to a new level of spending because
the
you're
Brandonization
requesting
is
it,
complete.
sir.
I repeat, the Brandonization is complete. He said we did NATO.
They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend anything. In a few moments, we're going to make official the greatest victory yet when I signed the one big, beautiful bill. And before I start, I want to tell you that I've never seen people so happy in our country because of that, because so many different groups of people are being taken care of, the military and civilians of all types, jobs of all types. We're adding things like the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, child tax credits. So many things are being added that we wouldn't even have time to discuss them. When we were doing it, John Thune and Mike Johnson right there, I see Mike, what a job they've done. What a job they've done. But you know, it was supposed to be in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 different bills. And I was on one of the fake news shows, and I said, let's do it in one beautiful, big, we want one big, beautiful bill. I said that to this newscaster, and I think a lot of the congressmen and senators were watching, and they said, let's name the bill that, the one big, beautiful bill. And that's what we did. And what we've done is put everything into one bill. It's never happened before. It's the biggest bill of its type in history. We've never had anything like that before. Nothing like that they thought would be possible to get passed. And actually, I liked it because we had so much in there that no matter who you are, there was something in that bill that would make your congressman or your senator or your congresswoman, much more importantly, raise their hand and support, right, Lisa? So that was something, and it was really something special. So the American people gave us a historic mandate in November. We won everything. We won the swing states, all 7 swing states. We won every one. That rarely happens. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red, a little blue on each end, but it's all red. And by the way, red means Republican, just in case. But we made promises, and it's really promises made, promises kept, and we've kept them. This is a triumph of democracy on the birthday of democracy. And I have to say that the people are happy. They're happy. And I listened to a broadcast, and I read a couple of articles.
We're so cooked, bro.
The Democrats, they should have voted for it. They didn't vote for tax cuts. They didn't vote for taking care of people. They didn't vote, not one vote. And we knew that because their hatred of either the country or me or both is so great. They didn't vote at all, and it's terrible. But I just have to say, they have a routine. It's terrible, they say. Terrible, terrible. You saw that guy standing up for hours yesterday. He didn't know what he was even doing there. I say, when's he sitting down? He had a towel. He's wiping his face. That's not too elegant. But what is he? I said, what is he doing for so long? And he couldn't criticize the bill. He was criticizing everyone else and everything else. So they've developed, and this is according to the news media, they've developed a standard line, and we can't let them get away with it. Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, everybody's going to die. It's actually just the opposite. Everybody's going to live. This is just the opposite. And I just want you to know, if you see anything negative put out by Democrats, it's all a con job. And they said, and they compared it to just like the con job of Russia, 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 and all of the other things they did. The 51 intelligence agents said, and the laptop from hell, it came from Russia, they said.
Dude,
no, it didn't.
I
A
think
lot of
Trump
things come from Russia. That
and his
didn't come from
rhetoric
Russia. And it was all proven
is
out to be a
directly
fake
adjusted
job,
to
and
the
that's what they're doing with
average
this. So,
guy's
we just
stupidity.
have to
Okay?
look forward, fellas,
As
look
people
forward and
get
just
dumber
say what it
and
is,
dumber
because it's the most
as time
popular
passes,
bill
Trump's
ever
rhetoric
signed in the
also
history of our
adjusts.
country, whether you're military or
Probably
anybody else.
naturally
This is the
gets
most
dumber because
single,
he's
most
like
popular
getting
bill
older. His brain is
ever
turning into
signed.
fucking liquid. But it works in his favor, you know what I mean? Like what he's doing here is just like, if you hear a Democrat criticize the bill, it's because they're bad and wrong. Everything in the bill is good. You will not die. You will live. The bill is perfect for living, and the Democrats are actually, they wanted to kill you in the bill. They wanted to put provisions to kill you. They want to do all the bad things. We want to do all the good things.
Strong borders and elections, and my
Incredible.
people have promised me that we're going to go into elections, and we're going to make sure they're not rigged, that they're not sullied. We're going to make sure that the elections are going to be fair. You need two things. You need strong borders, and you need fair elections. And we're going to make sure on the elections also. And our armed forces are one of the most vital military modernizations of all time. It will take place. So we rebuilt our military in our first term. And now we're going to modernize and remodernize our military, including building a great golden dome all over our land so that if they get nasty with us, it's going to be knocked down. It's going to make any of the golden domes, they call them the iron domes, we're calling ours the golden dome, because we did the iron domes, and we do sort of everything, if you want to know the truth, but this blows it away. We're going to keep you safe. I want to thank every member of the House and Senate who worked to get this bill on my desk, and many of them are here, and I'm not going to mention all their names because we'll be standing here, but I have to mention a few. And especially I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's been fantastic. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's been incredible. We have somebody that is, it was a passion. I think he actually loved it. It wasn't easy, but he loved it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who's right here. Speaker, thank you very much. What a job, and he worked so closely with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, who's a fantastic guy. And those two are a team that is not going to be beat. When you look at them and you look at their counterparts on the other side, it's not even close. I want to thank both of you people for doing an incredible job. Thank you very much, John and Mike. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, a brave man. Steve, you know, he suffered a tragedy a number of years ago. I was at his hospital bedside that night with Melania, with our First Lady, and he had no chance. The doctor said he has very little chance, and you look better today than you did then. He didn't look particularly good that night, I will say.
Oh, my
God. But I learned one thing. His beautiful wife loved him. She was a disaster, right? I told him, I said,
how's
Steve,
the dick doing,
I can only tell you
Steve?
one thing. I was with your family, and I was with your wife, and your wife was devastated. She loves you. I've seen a lot of wives that, you know, they don't seem to be so concerned in those situations. That's the kind of wife you don't want. But you have a great, beautiful wife who was really there, and you really have done. You're a very brave guy.
Bro, the way
Mike and John and everybody.
Consistently, the way Trump talks about like genuinely traumatic incidents that happen to other people is always amazing. Like he's just doing a bit off
Minnesota. He comes
this
from
guy
Minnesota.
getting his dick shot off,
he's
dude.
Like, oh, look, he goes, no, I don't want to run for governor. You know, come to think of it, I think that's a good idea. You would win so easily. The guy is terrible. You would win. You just have to take a look at that handsome face of yours, and you'd win. Tom Emmer, everybody. He did a great job. I think you should consider that, although we don't want to lose him, do we? We don't want to. Let's say we are. I think say we are. What a job
Steve
you
Scalise
did.
got
And
shot
Senate
in the
Majority
butt
Whip
and the
John
penis
Barrasso.
at the
who's
congressional baseball
incredible.
game, yes.
Senate Finance Chairman Mike Crapo. Thank you, Mike. What a job. What a job. He knows that tax stuff. Him and Jason, they really know their stuff. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham. What a good man he is. I see a poll. He's running, and I see a poll. He's 24 points up. That's not bad, Lindsey. That's not bad. 24 points up in the great state of South Carolina. House Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith. What a job. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. These people are great. These are great patriots. I have to call them out. House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Jody, thank you very much. Jody has been good right from the beginning, and so many others, and they're all here, and they fully understand. They'll never speak to me again, but that's okay. It is what it is. But I just want to thank everybody. A lot of senators here, a lot of congressmen and women here. Lisa, thank you very much, by the way. I have to thank you. Thank you very much. You've been fantastic. So this bill will fuel massive economic growth and lift up the hardworking citizens who make this country run. The factory workers, farmers, mechanics, waiters, waitresses, police officers, firefighters, coal miners. Coal is back. Beautiful. I said you can't use the word coal unless you precede it by saying clean, beautiful coal. China's right now building 68 coal generating plants, and we're putting up wind. It doesn't work, I will tell you. Aside from ruining our fields and our valleys and killing all the birds and being very weak and very expensive, all made in China. You know, I noticed something, that with all of the windmills that China sends us, where we waste our money because it's the most expensive energy, I see that, they make about 95% of them, the wind turbines. I have never seen a wind farm in China. Why is that? Somebody check that out. Tom Emmer, would you please check that out? But all the coal miners we love and the truck drivers, in this act, we have officially made the Trump tax cuts permanent. That's the largest tax cut in the history of our country, added to substantial other cuts, which is you're going to see like a rocket ship. We're setting all sorts of economic records right now, and that's before this kicks in. After this kicks in, our country is going to be a rocket ship economically, and we've delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's why when you hear things like that, this is the most it's the biggest bill of its kind ever done by far. But it's we are going to have a situation. We are going to have something where people
China
are
is
gonna
the world
realize
leader
the
in wind
level
power
of
generation with the largest installed
success and
capacity of any nation
popularity
and
of this
continued rapid
bill.
growth in new
So
wind
to
facilities
close
with
it
its large
out,
mass
it makes
and
the
long coastline.
child
China's
tax
exceptional
credit
wind power
permanent
resources.
for
Wind
40
power
million
remains China's
American
third largest source
families,
of electricity at the
and
end of
to
2021,
increase the car
accounting for
affordability. It
7.5% of total power generation. China also has ginormous fucking hydroelectric dams as well. China is by and large leading the world in renewable energy initiatives, which is really interesting. It is quite literally part of the reason why the Trump administration is actively moving away from renewable energy, because China not only is a global leader in renewable energy initiatives in its own nation state, they happen to have almost a total monopoly on the procurement of rare earth minerals that are necessary for the development of renewable energy infrastructure, and they are the actual monopoly on the refinement of the materials necessary for renewable energy infrastructure. And this is precisely the reason why Donald Trump has actively moved the United States away from doing anything with renewable energy, because we would rather, if we're losing the game of monopoly, we would rather just flip the table and flip the board than continue playing the game of monopoly. And in this instance, of course, we are all living on the board, and the flipping of the board is basically just lighting the earth on fire, quite literally. That is what Donald Trump is doing. It's like, oh, if we can't control the major resource necessary for the future of mankind, then we'll just make sure that there is no future mankind. We would rather live on, and this is David Shore said something like this in the past, where he was like, I would much rather have the global temperatures rise than watch China become the dominant power on the planet. David Shore is the famous election whisperer for the Democratic Party. His contributions led to the Kamala Harris defeat.
And prisons and drug lords and people that were mentally unbalanced. They let them into our country. We're getting them out at record numbers, and we have an obligation to, and we're doing it. So as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's founding exactly 1 year from now, we are creating an economy that delivers wealth for the middle class, a border that is sovereign and secure, and a military that is unmatched, unequaled anywhere in the world. And you saw that. And what a beautiful sight that was, especially after watching what they did just a short while ago. The golden age of America is upon us. We are in the golden age. It's going to be a period of time, the likes of which I don't think this country has ever experienced before. We're going to make America great again, and it's happening very fast. We love you. We thank you for being here. Enjoy the fireworks tonight. And First Lady, I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable. You think it's easy being First Lady? It's not. Thank you all very much. Happy 4th of July. God bless you all. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah.
We're going to sign the bill now.
We're going to sign the bill now. Who controls the solar panel supply chain? Polysilicon, the primary material for solar PV manufacturing, which is melted and cast into ingots. The ingots, polysilicon ingots that are sliced into thin wafer sheets ranging from 150 to 280 micrometers in thickness. Then it goes into the wafer. The wafer is then cleaned and doped to manufacture a crystalline solar cell. There's the cells, and then they're turned into module panels. Multiple cells are wired together and laminated to form modules before being connected to panels. As far as the share of manufacturing capacity by country/region in 2021, and these numbers have only increased since then. As far as the polysilicon, China has 80% of that. As far as the wafers, China is responsible for 96.8%. And in terms of the cells, China is responsible for 85.1%, and the modules is 74.7%. This is the real reason why America does not want to move in the direction of renewable energy, because China completely dominates. And this is just solar panels. Okay? China has almost complete control over procurement with all of the favorable contracts that they've gotten from the nations in the global south that have a lot of these rare earth minerals necessary. So they are like number one in extraction. They dominate the market of extraction, and they have a complete monopoly on the refinement process. This is also part of the reason why they are moving in the direction of, electric vehicles and really upgrading their energy grid, their energy infrastructure. Please clarify that 45% of Asia Pacific capacity are companies from my country manufacturing overseas. Yes, the Asia Pacific capacity is also still Chinese. That's the situation in front of America. They are terrified of this. So because America's dominance comes from its dominance over petroleum, oil, and not necessarily directly dominating the countries that actually refine the oil, even though they do have some control over those countries, obviously. But it's also how oil is traded. Oil is traded on the dollar. America is the sovereign currency. America is the global currency in which trade is conducted on. If the energy force that is driving all the entirety of the global trade regime that we have is no longer oil, is no longer petroleum, then America will no longer maintain its status as the domineering force. The dollar will no longer be the global reserve currency, and America will lose its most significant control mechanism. Twitter said Hassan is detained by ICE. Is he okay? What? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm literally live right now. Do you think I'm in a detainment center or something? Like, do you think that's what's going on? Anyway, the point is, if there is no more reliance on oil, then there's no more, then the power that America has being the global reserve currency, the petrodollar, it goes away as well. This is, what is this? Said it here. The post has been deleted. Hassan Piker has just been arrested by ICE and is in the process of getting deported back to Turkey. The fucking post isn't even up anymore. I'm an American citizen. I'm a natural born U.S. citizen. Okay, I was born here. The pedophiles who say Israel has a right to defend itself are very upset about you defending yourself, or just making shit up to feel better about themselves. Oh, maybe they'll get off my ass for a little bit if they imagine that I've been deported or something, Isn't transferring to renewable energy inevitable though? Yes. However, no, if we just kill the planet before that transition ever takes place. I'm not kidding when I say I think America's goals here is just to basically kill the planet. Like the gamble is we got a couple hundred years here before things like really shake up. Okay. We got a couple hundred years before things like shake up and become dangerously unstable. And we'd rather speed run that process by going long on oil and destroy the planet in its entirety than to let another hegemon take our place on the global stage. If the Trump admin gets rid of birthright citizenship, can't you be at risk? Like, couldn't you be at the crosshairs if your parents weren't naturalized U.S. citizens at the time of birth? Yes, but who knows? That's a long way down the line. China avoided purchasing U.S. crude for the third straight month, the longest stretch since 2018. China shuns U.S. oil for the longest stretch since 2018. Yeah, like I said, it's flipping the monopoly board because you're losing. No, that's precisely what it is. What the fuck are you saying? Agriculture will collapse? We will have societal collapse from refugees alone? Yeah, I see that. I'm saying like full annihilation. Like what you're describing is 50 years. This is 50. Okay, I'm talking full annihilation in like 100 plus. Because when agricultural collapse is imminent in the global south, what will happen is mass climate refugees trying to desperately migrate into the United States of America or even Canada, like areas that are not as immediately harmed by climate change, rather not immediately harmed, but like new agricultural hotspots will open up. Cooler climate, cooler areas that had cooler climate that was not sustainable for agriculture will now be readily available for agricultural output. Okay, and And people will understandably try to migrate to these areas to survive. And in that process, America has already started this engine, will get increasingly more violent in an effort to stop the hordes from breaking down the gates. Okay? Instead of working to solve these issues, America is moving in the opposite direction, becoming more militant, becoming more aggressive, becoming more violent, making it impossible to come here. Concentration camps, open torture, things that we've already started doing. You say this as the Trump admin even believes in climate change? Of course they believe in climate change. Are you fucking insane? Yes, of course. Every wealthy person believes in climate change. You know who believes in climate change? Insurance companies believe in climate change. Okay? What are we talking about? They're evil. They're not that stupid. Okay? If you think the super wealthy are not invested in their short-term goals, which sometimes actually contradicts like long-term stability in many instances, but still, if you think that they don't understand like what the future looks like, you're wrong. That's not how it works. Cooler areas will not become prime for agriculture because of global warming. Yeah, catastrophic flooding in Texas,
where the lieutenant governor is now saying there are children unaccounted for from a girls' camp in the state.
Yeah, for the flash floods, most likely killed a bunch of little girls.
Parents who are waiting, particularly that had children in Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic is a camp that has over 750 kids. Right now, there are 20-some that aren't accounted for. That does not mean they've been lost. They could be in a tree. They could be out of communication. We're praying for all of those missing to be found alive.
Let's bring in CNN's Ed Lavandera, who joins us over the phone as he is on his way to one of the affected areas. Ed, what more do we know?
Well, Boris, we know that this is unraveling to be a nightmare situation for hundreds, if not thousands of families in this Texas Hill Country, Central Texas region where rainfall has fallen. Not only has, as what the lieutenant governor there said, that there are still some 20 children believed to be missing from that Camp Mystic, which is a popular camp that children attend during the summer here in Texas. But the sheriff is also now saying that there are at least 13 dead in that death toll.
You just cut the weather monitoring too. Alligator Auschwitz was paid for with $450 million from the FEMA Shelter Fund. Congress appropriated $650 million for the program. There will be no money for any of the upcoming weather disasters. Yes, the immigrant detention center, detention facility in Florida, dubbed Alligator Auschwitz, is being funded largely by Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA's Shelter and Services Program. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said, the funding does not come from FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund. Considering that we're also gutting NOAA, NWS, National Weather Service, and all of these initiatives that are supposed to warn against these sorts of things happening, you know, I suspect that these kinds of climate change related extreme weather incidents are going to happen even in higher frequency. What is this? This Twitter user is the best, most consistent long-term climate reporting I've seen. Good resources for chat.
Could continue to rise in the hours ahead as crews are still trying to search for survivors or any of the victims that are still in the path of the Guadalupe River there in the Kerr County area. This is an area where
they want to destroy FEMA and they want to underfund FEMA in the short term and then inevitably destroy it so that can we see your airsoft gun up close? Here. What do you think this is, dumbass? Look, stupid. Surely this will stop the brigading. No, probably not. The people asking are just trying as hard as they can to get you banned. I know. Hey, Hassan, when are you heading to the face party? Emily, Bonnie, and Emaru are on their way to it now. Thanks for the update. Even if it was a real gun, by the way, you know, I still do have a right to defend myself against people issuing death threats. Like, what the fuck? You can't literally threaten the life of a streamer and then be like, I can't believe he said good luck and flashed a weapon, dude. What the fuck? This is illegal. Like, no, it's not. Yeah. Remember when Moist Critical did that and everybody fucking loved it? I wonder what's different in this circumstance. He got a death threat and he responded in the exact same way. Everybody fucking masturbated to it. Yeah. And now all of the fucking right wingers who like literally are gun fuckers who fuck themselves with their guns are now being like, dude, I can't believe this. I can't believe it. What? Why do I feel like you would defend yourself like this instead of using firearms? Probably. How much hate do you receive from other men that is just insecurity? I would say a big chunk of it. They're saying you leaked the wrong guy. I didn't leak any guy. There was no leaks that happened. That's not a thing. Like, people are just lying and saying that you doxed a person. It's this person's literal fucking public YouTube account as a public fucking Twitch streamer whose account got nuked off of the fucking website for issuing death threats. Like, there's not, I don't know his name. I don't know where he lives. I don't want to know his name nor where he lives. I don't want to know any of these things. Like, there is a difference between trying to investigate a person's background, figure out what their email is or their phone number is or what their address is or what their name is, and and instead looking at his public username and then finding the corresponding public YouTube page that he has because he's a fucking content creator, stupid enough to issue a death threat as a content creator. And it's not the first time this has happened. This happens on a daily fucking basis. It's just the first time that people have decided to try and get me banned off of this stupid thing. It's not going to work, obviously. It's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, it's just like people trying to concern troll. Stop giving in to these idiots, please. I don't know why we're even talking about this. Let's continue.
Almost 24 hours in very...
I'm doxing Ed Lavandera right now as the senior national correspondent. I'm too busy doxing CNN.
Intense ways, and it's not just there in Kirk County, but the
They keep making content and spreading it. I know, but you don't understand. When you fucking lean into it, you're just giving it more air for no reason. They're gonna move on to the next thing tomorrow, and then another thing the next day. It's completely it's silly as fuck. It's just like the same outrage manufacturing machine that these guys have used over and over again. Like, you end up spreading it and maybe even giving it more authority. No one in the real world gives a shit about this. It's just like a hyper-specific corner of the internet. Most people on the internet don't even give a shit about this. But as I was saying, getting back to the real world, gutting FEMA has been a Republican project for a very long time. The reason why they want to gut FEMA is because they want to make disaster relief completely privatized as well. Disaster relief also is something with inelastic demand.
All areas have dramatically affected much of central Texas as well. So as we've been driving in, we're still about, we're making our way.
You know the old saying, never let a crisis go to waste? This is precisely what this is. Never let a crisis go to waste, baby. And there is a lot of opportunity for profit when you think about, especially an increased frequency in these sorts of natural disasters.
The Texas Hill Country, and there are rivers and creeks that are just, kind of coming out of its banks. But right now, the intense focus there in Kerr County, where the sheriff confirms that there are at least 13 people dead, that death toll expected to go higher, and obviously a great deal of concern for many, many families who've been affected by all this, and a number of children from this popular campground area that are still missing, and a frantic search for them continues here this afternoon for us.
Yeah, no question, and we hope that officials find them safe. Ed, tell us about this area of Texas, the Hill Country. Tell us about the landscape and whether these sorts of storms are typical for the region.
Well, they have had a devastating flood like this in some of the rivers in this particular area back in 1987, which is a flood event that many people remember and talk about quite a bit. But one of the authorities speaking here this afternoon in Kirk County said that what is unfolding at this moment far surpasses what was experienced back in 1987. But from time to time, there are rivers that make their way through the Texas Hill Country where you have this intense amount of rainfall that falls in a very quick way, can cause devastating flooding like this. But Camp Mystic is a popular summer camp it's an all-girls camp. just up the river. There's another camp, and we're trying to still get information on that one. Camp La Junta, where it's an all-boys camp. So this is a region, especially for this summertime time of year, where it's a very popular place for people to go hang out on the rivers, especially on a July 4th weekend.
And would you happen to know, Ed, what kind of warning was put out if folks on the ground were aware that something like this might be coming?
I think one of the local officials said that there isn't a very elaborate warning system in this particular area. But regardless, the amount of rainfall that has fallen in the last 24 hours came rather quickly. I don't have a real gauge as to whether or not the people who were closest to all of this had a real good indication of what was unfolding or what was about to unfold. That isn't totally clear to me yet. So we'll continue to report on that as well.
Ed, I know you're no stranger to storms in Texas. I believe it was 2017. There was a hurricane there where you were actually on the ground as several rescues were happening. Can you give us an idea of the kind of resources that folks in the Lone Star State have on hand right now to respond to something of this scale?
Well, we know that there's air support, there's helicopters that have been brought in.
How long until people actually start to care about climate change? Will it be too late? No, they will never care about climate change. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. People don't even care about like the action reaction, like the immediate impact that they vote for, right? Climate change is, well, one, it's already too late, but climate change is happening gradually. And that's the biggest problem. We as human beings do not have the capacity to understand the consequences of our actions that unfold in, 10-year time frames. Okay? It's just impossible. It's far beyond the scope of imagination for the average person, especially when you have an entire multi-billion-dollar media ecosystem that is actively telling people not to give a shit about this. Okay? I don't think that there is like a tipping point, because this kind of death occurs gradually, year over year over year. These atrocities take place, and the form it takes is something that human beings are willing to leave up to. A lot of human beings are willing to leave up to, like, the divine. It's nature. So a lot of people also think like, well, we didn't do it. It's nature. There's not really anything you can do about it. So for a lot of people, it's not even something that they can like immediately experience, or when they do experience it, they think, oh, this is just like, this is a consequence of natural disasters. There's nothing we can do. You're so bad at explaining this. Let me explain. Climate change is not gradual or linear, which is what humans are accustomed to. Climate change at best is exponential, more likely abrupt. So one day things are normal, the next day the meta is completely unrecognizable. That's why sci-fi literacy is so important. I mean, that's a decent explainer, but I think most people will also say the exact same thing that that you said to me, which is, I don't understand the words that you're saying. Climate change is no different than the way people foresee like immigration enforcement. Okay, it's the same principle behind the famous poem. First they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists. I didn't speak out because I wasn't a socialist. It happens over time, and most people don't realize that it's inevitably going to fuck them over as well. And climate change is similar to that as well. They're like, oh, it's just a thing that's happening in a different state. Yeah, it's the boiled frog analogy.
State authorities and Texas emergency management officials have said, they are sending in a squadron of different units that can help in this situation. So there are high water rescue teams. So there's boats in the area. There's also helicopters in the area, as I've mentioned. But what is also hampering the situation today is that the rainfall has continued. I was just looking at the radar a little while ago, and it seems like that Kerr County area is almost to the point where some of the heaviest rainfall has passed it, and there might be a little bit of a respite here that would give those emergency crews some time to work and get into the areas most affected. But remember, As all this water accumulates, especially upstream, it has to flow downstream. So this becomes a very treacherous situation for those high water rescue teams, where these water levels in these rivers will be rising for some hours, even after the storm passes.
Yeah, especially as the ground is saturated. Hopefully some relief coming to those folks very soon. Ed Lavandera, we're awaiting an update from officials in south central Texas where multiple people are dead after historic flooding overnight. You can see some of the images here. This is from Kerr County, northwest of San Antonio. That area has taken the brunt of this storm, and local officials are still trying to figure out exactly how many people have been killed.
But in terms of exactly how many are missing and unaccounted for, we're not sure about that number. But we have a bunch of them that we're trying to get back. Most of them, we don't know who they are. We're having to have fingerprint them at the funeral home, and one of them was completely naked. He didn't have any ID on him at all. So we're trying to get the identity of these folks, but we don't have it yet.
You can hear some emotion leaking there from that mayor. The governor says that the state is rushing all available resources to the area. Take a look at some video we're going to show you actually from a local resident's Ring camera that CNN obtained after a police officer came to her home around 6 this morning, warning her that it was time to get out.
Oh my God! People screaming in the river. We're evacuating everybody. Oh my God. Can you knock on your neighbor's door and tell them to get out now? The park's completely over. Oh my God. The people you're screaming are in the river right now.
That is fucking insane. That you're hearing people screaming because they're caught in the fucking flash floods. The river went from 6 feet to over 20 feet. Where were the warnings? Where were the warnings? Shouldn't there be a flash flood warning?
Morris, it has been a catastrophic 18 hours of flash flooding across the hill country of Texas. One river gauge in Comfort, Texas, recorded a rise of 26 feet in 45 minutes. Look at this. Homes swept off of their foundations. There's only the front porch left standing. This is along the Guadalupe River in Kerr County. And look at how these trees have been completely toppled over. Gives you an indication of the force of the water that swept through this region, by the way, under the darkness of night. So how terrifying it must have been for residents that were finding themselves in that flash flood situation. Now, look, this is still an evolving
The total loss of NOAA's Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, a nerve center of global climate science, data collection and modeling, represents a setback for climate preparedness that experts warn the nation may never recover from. More woke leftist nonsense from PP. Brother, just like with COVID, you can't just simply close your eyes. You especially can't just close your eyes to this and be like, oh, it's fine. With COVID, even though that was also false, to be like, oh, if we don't test it, then we won't know. And it's just a cold. It wasn't, right? Okay. But in this situation, you can't be like, oh, it's just catastrophic flash floods that destroyed my home and killed a bunch of people. There is no normal thing that you can compare it to, like an ongoing thing that you can compare it to. You can't just close your eyes and imagine COVID to disappear, even though many people try. But you certainly cannot close your eyes and imagine that the hurricane doesn't kill you. Like, that's like, it's not even like, I can understand why people can believe in like the flat earth. I can understand why people don't believe in germ theory. It's very stupid, but like, at least it's invisible. This is visible. This is undeniable. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, nope. If I close my eyes, then the hurricane's not there. Like, what do you mean? Do we want to know when climate disasters are imminent or not? This makes no fucking sense. Hurricanes were invented by the woke left. Read my last message. Fuck off, bitch.
situation at least, right? We've got rainfall totals, at least accumulation estimates from radar that have totaled over a foot. Here's Kerrville. You can see the San Angelo region just to the north and west, several locations indicating 12 inches or more of water. And that water...
There was a flash flood warning about 12 hours ago in the area, but we all know those warnings are ignored by everyone. They are not the ones that force an alert to your phone. It's like a yellow banner if you look up weather kind of thing. The river then raised 26 feet in 45 minutes. Wait, so there was the first year my employer in Tennessee has taken flash flood warning somewhat seriously, but they only give us 15 minutes warning to close after the warning has already been active for like 30 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Is eventually going to flow downstream, particularly along the Guadalupe River. This is a river gauge forecast for Spring Branch. This is due north of San Antonio. Look at the flood stage that was at just over 1.5 feet at 10 a.m. local time on Friday. Look at the forecast by tomorrow morning. Just shy of 35 feet. So that is a rapid rise in water. Authorities there referring to it as a wave of water. And you can imagine as that pushes down the river how destructive it can be. You don't even have to imagine. You saw the video I showed you just a few minutes ago. So we still have our ongoing flash flood warnings, flood watches and alerts across the Texas Hill Country, now inclusive of San Antonio, Kerrville certainly included. The high forecast radar imagery shows kind of a bit of an influx of more moisture wrapping into the same locations for early tomorrow morning. It doesn't look to or appear to be as heavy as what we experienced yesterday or late last night, but certainly something to monitor. We don't need more rain. Some of our computer models picking up an additional 6 inches of rainfall in some of these hard-hit areas. So we'll be on the lookout for additional flash flooding, not to mention the cresting of the rivers as the water moves downstream. And one other thing to note, Boris, is that this has some of the worst drought across the U.S. as we speak. So the conditions here on the ground are extremely dry. And when you get that much water in this short period of time, there's nowhere else for it to go but to pool up and cause flash flooding. Boris?
Our thanks to Derek Van Dam for that report. We're, of course, going to keep an eye on conditions and the forecast and bring you any updates as we get them.
A few weeks ago, a flash flood washed out a bridge that had a bunch of cars on it in San Antonio and killed 13 people. I really thought that at least like with the last administration, there was a bunch of necessary resource allocation to at least like mitigating the damage caused by climate change. Because I was like, all right, if you want to be like a normal, if you want to be like a functioning country, you can avoid climate change all you want, but you can't avoid the disasters that take place, right? So at least like they would have some funds allocated to rebuilding, some funds allocated to like having a not a prevention system necessarily, but like a warning system. And this administration came in and we're like, haha, nope. We don't even want the recovery funds. Like, we don't even want people to be able to recover with government funds from this death and destruction. Like, this is a death cult. I often say fascism is a death cult, and it is, but like capitalism is also a fucking death cult. Unrestrained, where everything is for profit. Every sector, every space, every crevice that we can like eke out some profits, we will do. America's a PvP VE zone. Yeah. But the E is not just like NPCs. It's like the entire environment. Like server is getting crazier and crazier. How will the market gods solve this?
We're going to start sending letters.
Oops. Trump says he's about to raise tariffs as high as 70%.
Various countries starting tomorrow. We'll probably have 10 or 12 go out tomorrow. And over the next few days, I think by the 9th, they'll be fully covered. And they'll range in value from maybe 60 or 70% tariffs to 10 and 20% tariffs. But they're going to be starting to go out sometime tomorrow. We've done the final form, and it's basically...
A chatter said we need to privatize the fire department. They're already working on that. That already happened in California. There are already private fire brigades. And slowly but surely, they will also... I mean, the fire department, unironically, is underfunded as a direct consequence of reallocating all those funds to the police department. And eventually, that will also happen. That is already happening, and it'll happen more frequently, which is ironic because that's how it started. There used to be private fire brigades. There was no such thing as a public fire department, and they were forced into becoming public fire departments because obviously, as depicted by Gangs of New York, the private fire brigades would not put out a fire if a house had not collected fire insurance, if they hadn't collected fire insurance from a house. But of course, fire is uncontrollable. It's unstoppable. So it would only end up causing fires on entire fucking city blocks, and it would end up spreading unnecessarily. Great. Yeah, if you want to, Noam Chomsky always said, if you want to privatize something, you first defund it. Create the problem you want to solve. Of course.
Basically going to explain what the countries are going to be paying in tariffs. And it's very important. It's a lot of money for the country, but we're giving them a bargain. Because if I went by the true deficits or by other ways of measuring, it could be a lot more. We don't want to. I don't want to stretch it too much. We want to keep it pretty reasonable.
US President Donald Trump says he plans to spend part of his 4th of July holiday sending letters to countries notifying them of their new tariff rates with the United States. He says, in most cases, starting August the 1st.
Dude, this is so... Dude, he is exactly like my haters that fucking sit around and spend their 4th of July in my chat being like, when are you going to get banned? Why don't you get banned? Like... It's just pure operating on 100% animosity and 100% resentment. Fantastic. Just the only thing that motivates guys like this is literally just resentment, pure spite. It's so strange. Just fucking have some fun for one day, man. Nope.
The countries will begin paying anywhere from 10 to 70% tariff rates. Now, it's unclear which countries would get the first letters. Only that.
It is also ironic because like Trump's tariff scheme is basically like him behaving like a little king against all these other sovereign states, quote unquote sovereign states that are not so sovereign and instead are vassal states. And the whole tariffs regime that he has set up is basically like a king going to its vassals and demanding more in the form of taxes, in the form of grain, in the form of whatever fucking their output is. Like, that's literally what he's doing while in the process of celebrating America's war against a monarchy that did the same to the United States of America. Like, demanding feudal homage on the fucking the weekend that is dedicated to the holiday that is dedicated to America's emancipation from that exact same design. Hasanabi, why do people hate you? I don't even get it. You care about people. That's what, that upsets them as a disabled person watching gives me hope when I should not have any. I'm glad to offer a little bit of hope to you, chatter. But yeah, that's what it is for the most part. Resentment, anger, people being like, why don't you also behave like I do, which is we're all in this together. You're just as hypocritical as we are. Why the fuck do you keep chirping about how violent this system is when you are also a recipient of the violence of this when you are also a recipient, a benefactor of all of this violent machine. As a matter of fact, you're not only a recipient and a benefactor, but you're also an endlessly fortunate recipient. You should fucking shut up about how awful this thing is and stop trying to make me care. You should be talking about how good everything is, as a matter of fact, because it's been good to you. That's usually what it is. And then there's also a lot of people who just don't pay attention to anything, understandably, and they just like kind of see stuff online. They see stuff online and they basically go, you know what, fuck this guy. Because some of these people do present me in a very bad light, you know? I get it. I would fucking, if I didn't know who I was, like, look at this guy saying, bring out the gun again. It's right here, chatter. It's literally right there. Do you not see it? It's on screen. It's not gone anywhere. But that's what I mean. Like, if I had no idea who the fuck I was, if I, in the way that I'm presented in some of these circles, if another person was presented in the way that I'm being presented in some of these circles and I had no idea who the fuck this person was and I didn't have time to investigate for myself and make up my own conclusions, I fucking hate myself too. Yeah. This guy's a dangerous terrorist, fucking America hater who wants every American to die. You know, he's a dangerous, unstable individual is the way that they fucking present it. When I first started watching, I thought you were like a devil lol. It was months before I realized I agree with you on almost everything. Yep. For real, I didn't like you until I actually listened to you. When I did, I was like, wait, I agree with him. Yeah, that is the biggest thing that a lot of my haters do, which is why I don't like complain too much, is that they get at least some people to come here and be like, let me investigate on my own. And then when you do, you realize you're like, oh, these guys were just fucking lying. That's it. I wish it didn't have to be that way. I wish that people just kind of leave me alone and then people found out about my positions on their own. But my mom's neighbor told her, you're a terrorist. And mind you, this is in Peru, so the narrative reaches over there as well. That's so funny. I totally had the impression you were an alpha male Republican dude before I actually came here recently. That's funny. I don't like you or agree with you. 2-month subscriber. Well, give it enough time. Give it enough time and your opinions will change. I was an Islamophobe before I started watching you and almost became an October 7th leaver, but your moral consistency on all other issues made me hear you out.
She would send out up to a dozen letters a day. Well, for more on all of this, TNN's Anna Stewart joining me from London. And it does sound like Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had more specifics about the tariff rate a majority of countries might be looking at. What did he say?
Had a few mixed messages about what the tariffs will be, and what seems clear is that perhaps the tariffs we had on so-called Liberation Day all the way back in April, those tariffs that were paused, perhaps they are dead in the water, because we could be seeing new tariffs up to 70% according to President Trump. But as you say, according to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, for the majority of countries, and I'm thinking these are the countries that don't have a big trade surplus with the US, it could be a lot less. Take a listen.
I think that we're going to see about 100 countries who just get the minimum 10% reciprocal tariff, and we'll go from there. So, I think we are going to see a lot of action over the coming days.
We hope we do see a lot of action. We've seen a little bit of action in the last week. A trade deal in principle, at least with Vietnam, bringing their tariff down from 46%. That's where it was at Liberation Day levels. It's now down to 20%.
He just loves molesting the money. You just got to let him do it a little bit, This is him. This is him being like, come on, I'm still here. And this is my favorite thing to do. I'm going to do it. Come on, as a treat. It's 4th of July. Let me have this. That's what... He's like, come on, let me grab it a little bit. Let me hold a band. Let me hold a band or two. Come on now.
20%. It's more if an item comes from China and is exported through Vietnam to the US. China is not happy about that, I have to say. And of course, the deal with the UK. But that is it at this stage. There is a trade truce with China, but in terms of trade deals, that's it. The EU Trade Commissioner was in DC yesterday for talks with his counterparts. Nothing has been announced, but the Treasury Secretary did suggest that things were looking quite positive. And as he says, we're going to get a load of more trade deals coming up. Watch this space.
This, of course, was a Trump-imposed deadline, right? Let's just be quite clear about that for sort of mid-late next week.
This is a Trump-imposed deadline, and I think what's been very interesting is seeing how little market reaction we have. Given the comments we're getting, given how soon that deadline is. If you look at US futures, because US markets are closed today, US futures dipped a little bit on some of this news, but not much. European equities are in the red, but really not significantly at all. So the big question is, are investors saying this is just the art of the deal? Is this threat real? Are deadlines really deadlines? They've always been quite fluid. Is this another taco trade? Trump always chickens out. And that all plays into it. So I don't expect we're going to see much reaction at all, probably until next week when it really comes down to the wire. And even then, even if markets get yippy, will it be sort of short-term?
Wait, don't ban that guy. Come on. Let this brave chatter keep their take in there. People shit on him because he's very wrong about some stuff. Even invited a terrorist onto his stream one time, which got a massive backlash. Literally did not happen. None of those things happened. Guy I interviewed, not a Houthi. I still retain the right to interview a Houthi if I want to, for the record. Secondly, there was no fucking real backlash. It's just all manufactured outrage. Let these guys chirp. It's fine. These guys can chirp into the fucking wind. It was so much backlash that I got fucking CNN, New York Times, and virtually every other media outlet covering what I've been doing here since then. Big part of the problem is even ICE, when they detained me, recognized that the person wasn't a fucking Houthi. which would have been ridiculous even if he was. And then they like actually arrested me for that reason. So it's just weird when people, it's weird when people still operate on this like weird notion.
Or longer term, we'll just have to wait and see. But we're not getting much of substance at this stage.
On the tariff deadline, Mark, the global economic outlooks that I'm reading at least are not at all bleak. The tariffs, of course, do raise the near-term risk of inflation, but there is opportunity out there. We've seen strong job numbers, recent record highs on the S&P, investors generally positive, particularly about the big, beautiful bill. We know the Wall Street likes that. Anyone forecasting economic doom in this early Trump term has been wrong to date. What do you see happening next week when this self-imposed deadline comes down?
Well, I think that you have to understand that that deadline can be moved again and again and again. We saw it with the sale of TikTok. He put a deadline on that, and he continues to punt the ball down as he tries to find a buyer. Or a United States buyer, a domestic buyer here for TikTok. Look at, he has announced that
Yeah, TikTok's been extended so many times at this point. Just give it up, bro. That coverage is the reason I opened up your stream myself and saw that you were just being a journalist and explaining your point logically. Is when things are too logical for someone to respond, they lie to cause a scene about things you never did. Yeah.
There you.
How President Trump's tariffs could impact future July 4th fireworks celebrations. Okay, we're gonna. Let's see what's going on CNBC's Make It. Elise Lightyear, 35, traded a hectic New York City life for China and now lives large on $30,000 a year. This is surprising coverage from CNBC.
For the typical American, there is a lot of confusion about what life is truly like in China. When I tell them how modern the cities are, people are shocked. When I tell them about how low the prices are, people are shocked.
Isn't Chengdu gay as fuck too? There's like that's a gay city, right?
$4 US for a Michelin recommended meal. The quality of my lifestyle in China is much better than the quality of life I had living in the US. My name is Elise Lightyear. I'm 35 years old, and I moved to China in 2019.
No, gay city is real. It's called Chengdu.
I grew up in the city of Ann Arbor.
And they beat your ass if you don't twerk. They do. They beat your ass if you don't twerk in gay city. Chinese style.
For Michigan. After I graduated college, I moved to New York City and lived there for 10 years. I was working in reality TV production. I was tired of working 70 hours a week for 10 years, being in my 20s. I felt like a 50-year-old woman. I was exhausted. I was living check to check, which sucked. One day I just woke up and it just clicked that this is not the life that I want for myself. I came up with this idea that I wanted to leave New York. I moved to Beijing in 2019 and lived and taught there for 4 years. Then in 2023, I moved to Chengdu and have been in Chengdu ever since. He's gonna let the duck be free. Good luck, Mr. Duck. It was really difficult to say goodbye to my family and friends because I didn't know when I would see them again. I didn't know how we would be able to communicate.
I live in a one-bedroom apartment with my 6-person gay polycule, and life in Chengdu is not good. Do not spread this propaganda. Don't come here. Do not come. Do not come to Chengdu. It's bad. We don't even beat people's asses. They do not beat people's asses if they actually refuse to twerk. I thought they would, but they do not. It's gay city, and they are not beating people's asses if you refuse to twerk.
And I was scared. I was scared of this 15-hour flight that I had to take. I was scared about what food I was gonna eat. I was scared about this new career, about being a teacher. I was scared about making friends, but I was ready and I was excited. And I think my excitement trumped my anxiety and my scared feelings. Chengdu is maybe a place you've never heard of, but it is actually one of the biggest cities. Chengdu has a population of over 20 million people, including myself. Currently, I'm a university teacher, and I work a total of 18 hours a week, 4 days a week, and I teach freshman first-year university students who already speak English, and I teach them essay writing. I take the subway every single day to work. It's really easy to navigate. All of the signs are in English and Chinese. All of the announcements are in English and Chinese, so it's foolproof. This round trip subway trip cost me 2 yuan, which is 28 US cents.
Fucking hell, man. That is crazy, brother. Everything she just mentioned feels like a flex. She's actually smirking at us, bro, is true. It low-key feels like she's just flexing. 28 cents. Can live a life with $30,000 a year. Works 18 hours a week, 4 days a week. This shit makes me kind of mad, I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, China is able to do this with nothing. Like, China was able to do all of this compared to, like, America and the amount of wealth that America has. China was able to do this from nothing, dude. Basically nothing. It took a long time. It was a lot of hardship, but god damn. How the fuck do you look at this development over the course of past, like, 30, 40 years and not realize that capitalism is fucking dead? Okay? Not to say that, like, China is a full-blown socialist state. It clearly isn't. It's a transitional socialist state. But even the mere attempt at, like, developing a transitional socialist state or having a command economy can create an environment of sustainability and and a government that focuses on development unconditionally. It's crazy. China is not going to allow some small-headed giant to be a streamer. I mean, how many fucking people are me to begin with, chatters? Like, how many people are her versus how many people are me? Okay? The goal is to make people like her live a comfortable life as the one she has found in China. The fuck? Like, this is what's so frustrating about people. It's like, well, you wouldn't exist in China. First of all, you're wrong. There are infinitely more successful versions of me in China. They're just hawking products, okay, like lipstick and shit like that, okay, instead of doing political commentary, if that's what you want to talk about. But again, you know, we cannot design society around making people like me exist. Okay? Even if they do, that's fine. But, like, we should not be focusing on designing society around, like, the endlessly fortunate individuals who have been able to reach levels of success that are impossible to replicate. Okay? The fuck? The overwhelming majority, the 99% of society is not doing this, is not doing what I'm doing. They're doing what she's doing. They're you in the chat. You know, delivering shit. Working as delivery drivers for Amazon. Working in facilities. Working laptop jobs. Teaching language, teaching English, teaching education, just, you know, working in education, working in nursing. The goal of society is supposed to be to improve the living standards of the 99%, not to create an environment where some people just fucking thrive, you know? God forbid, bro, people think about people outside his current class. It's ironic because people do think about people outside of their current class all the time. They think about the wealthy all the time. They think about the interests of the wealthy all the time, with the false hope that they will also be in that class one day. That's the problem.
Current yearly salary in China is 30,000 US dollars. 30,000 US dollars a year is poverty in America. But in China, I'm living large. I am upper middle class. For my 3-bedroom apartment with a balcony located... What
is she going to say is the price of a 3-bedroom apartment in Chengdu? If she says anything less than $1,000, I'm losing it.
Downtown Chengdu, just a 5-minute walk from the subway. My rent is $556 per month.
What? In the cheapest city in the United States of America, the only way your rent will be $556 a month at a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment is if you are sharing it with 2 other people that are also paying $556 a month. Okay? That is insane. You need to have at least 1, if not 2 roommates to pay a price like that at a 3-bedroom apartment.
But my job pays half of that as a benefit.
What?
Which means I only pay $278 a month for my apartment. Welcome to my apartment here in Chengdu, China. None of this furniture in the apartment actually belongs to me. It belongs to my landlord. This is my living room. I love my living room. It's super cozy. I have this huge sectional couch that I just come to lay on all of the time.
In Stillwater, Oklahoma, that'll be $1,600 plus. I paid $2,300 USD for my 1-bedroom apartment. Bro, if more people watch this, they will fucking revolt. I feel like back in the day, you needed to read the fucking quotations, select quotations from Chairman Mao, okay? Nowadays, you just need to watch a CNBC video. Okay, this is, if enough Americans watch this, no matter where they are, it would lead them into doing a peasant's rebellion.
Bought myself a projector. I've got Netflix, HBO Max, Hulu, all of the channels. This is my balcony that rarely gets
Me and my 2 roomies pay $1,600 for a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house here in Oklahoma.
used because it's either raining, super humid, or 97 degrees. This is my bathroom. It's small, but it's effective. This is my wardrobe room. This is the 3rd bedroom, but there's no bed. So I've turned it into my wardrobe, closet, get ready space. My 2nd bedroom. I didn't paint it. It came like this. This is the master bedroom. This is it. Let me show you the kitchen. So here it is. It's pretty small, but I'm just one person and it works perfect for me. This is where I do my laundry. This is my washer. My apartment came with this really.
Do you know anything about life in small cities in China? Is it decent for foreigners? I've had experiences in big multi-million citizen cities, although in the Western Hemisphere, and I found it not working for me. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think if you live in China, you're going to be living in a fucking, you're going to be living anything beyond like a tier 2 city if you're a foreigner.
Really cool built-in feature where I can hang my clothes on this hanging line that again is perfect for shorties like me.
It's so insane to see this inverse existence between the average American and average Chinese person. In 40 years, the average American has gone from modest and comfortable living like this to utterly crushing poverty, while the average Chinese person has gone from poverty to modest and comfortable living. How many American cities have fallen to poverty in 40 years, and how many Chinese cities have risen to luxury in 40 years? Yeah, no, it's that simple, dude. That's it. That's it. That's the reason why people are like, that's the reason why China gets away with like social repression of different sorts. Meanwhile, America's taking away the social libertarian principles that it previously had as well, while simultaneously eroding material conditions. Great.
So other benefits that come with being an international teacher at my school is I have free health care insurance. My job.
This isn't a flex. I could live in my car for $300 a month. Exactly.
Gives me, I think it's like $15 a month for subway fare.
Nice to see you admit to Chinese social repression. What is this implication that I don't talk about this or something? Huh, we got him. He's finally admitting to it. Yeah, I talk about it all the time, dude. What the fuck? My point is, people still are happy with their living standards because the government is improving their material realities. Okay? It would be nice if they got social freedoms on top. Well, they already have social freedoms in the way that we understand it here in America as well, but like even more social freedoms. Do you know how to move to China asking for a friend? I don't know.
In addition, every year my job gives me a flight allowance, and that comes to $1,200 US. Each month, I think I spend approximately $75 on groceries. I have 4 bags of groceries, mostly produce, and a bottle of sesame oil. Total $9.04. It's really easy to make friends with local people. I have a lot of local friends that I cherish and have taught me so much about their culture. And I also have a lot of expat friends. Why Myanmar? Oh, huh. Okay. Aside from being a university teacher, I'm also a YouTuber, content creator, and with both of those salaries combined, the maximum amount I am able to save is up to $1,000 every month. So when it comes to eating out, it really depends on where I'm going. If I'm going to Cheesecake Factory, then I'm spending US Cheesecake Factory money, $60 for.
It is kind of funny because like America's literally doing things in a base boosted manner that we suspect China of doing, that we claim China is doing. Some of it China is not even doing, right? But we're doing it right now. Like we'll be like, oh, in China, you can't say anything. You can't say Xi Jinping is Winnie the Pooh or something, right? And it's like, sure, there's like censorship on social media around that thing. God forbid you talk about Israel, okay, in America. Like, what do you mean? You can't come into the country if you have a JD Vance meme that looks like a fucking porky little baby, okay? We're doing that. We're doing the things. We're doing the things right now in the United States of America that we said China was doing and laughed about for years and years and years. And we're doing a worse version of that. People are getting black bagged and kidnapped for exercising their previously afforded First Amendment rights against a foreign nation state that relies heavily on American subsidies to exist and be violent, Israel. And motherfuckers are like, but China. Bitch, they also have fucking 28-cent metros that work reliably all the time.
A meal. But if I'm eating local and going to my neighborhood noodle spot, I'm spending $2 on a bowl of noodles. In a month, I'm spending about $150 eating out. I feel completely safe as a woman of color. I just feel very at ease in this country. Overall crime in this country is quite low. Some of the challenges I face in China is just simply being different. China is a homogenous country, so I stick out like a sore thumb. I cannot go a day being outside without someone pointing at me and saying in Chinese, look, there's a black person, look, there's a foreigner. Another challenge is the homesickness, is missing not only your family and friends, but missing the understanding.
I love glazing China for their infrastructure, but many people in China are incredibly racist towards black people. My friend went to Kunming for a trip, and he said numerous people went up to him and called him, I'm not going to say that word, which is the Chinese version of the N-word. He was shocked people called him that explicitly. Yeah, well, you know, also America. Good thing the United States of America has a really good track record of not allowing any sort of anti-black racism to exist. That's kind of, I feel like that's basically the entry level, you know? That's just the common, it shouldn't exist anywhere, and yet it still persists everywhere, you know? It's true though, yes. Especially, there's two different kinds of racism in places like this, okay? There is that's a black person, and I've never seen a black person before style racism, which is more like fascination, born out of ignorance. And then there is the racism that you see not dissimilar to the Western world where, you know, some form of chattel slavery existed. There's both. I'm good on going to China, bro. And you live in fucking Canada, okay? Good luck disparaging China, talking about, oh man, there's anti-black racism in China. Chatter lives in fucking Canada, okay? Just wait until you become a colony of China, and then things will improve. I'm saying it's cool, but it ain't for me. You should, instead of learning whatever dialect they speak in Toronto, you should learn Mandarin, equally as difficult, equally as different from the normal English language anyway, okay? If you want to do trade in the beautiful city of Toronto, you need to learn the Toronto language, Crody. The Toronton dialect. Oh.
Understanding of just how to do things.
You're moving like a bucket right now, fam. See, this is what I mean. Don't know what that means at all. That is basically indecipherable, okay? That's basically Chinese to me. I don't know what either of these things, if someone were to be speaking in Mandarin, okay, right now in the chat, it would be equally as indecipherable. Don't know what that is.
That was the hardest part, is that learning curve of trying to figure out how China works. Okay, tea house. With all the money I've saved in China, I plan on buying a house not in the US because can't afford that. I haven't saved enough money to buy a house in the US, but I have saved enough money to pay off a lot of my student loans. And I think I've saved enough money to buy a little casita on the beach in Mexico. Fingers crossed, that is the plan. I've learned a lot about myself living in China. I think my self-confidence has improved through the roof.
I just suspect if it's anything similar to the other Asian countries that I know of and have visited, the biggest L for China, I suspect, is going to be the lack of Mexican culture and Mexican food. That's it. That's like, I feel like that's the biggest L for most countries. It's just without Latin Americans in general, without South Americans in general, it's just like the vibes are different. It shifts.
So you know that saying about New York, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, throw that away and apply it to China.
In China, much like many of the countries where there are not a lot of Mexicans or Latin Americans or South Americans in general, will instead have Muslims, which are like kind of like the Mexicans of places like that, whether it be Germany or England. I would say that like both cuisine-wise and culturally, they make up for the lack of the global they make up for the lack of members of the global Latina belt. It's definitely better to live in a tier 2 city in China than tier 1 like Shanghai. Way too conceptive and costly enough. Still, the nuance around the tier system is still there. Tiers are more slang than policies. Yes, Muslims are the Mexicans of Asian countries and also European countries as well, for sure. I stand by that. Like Turks are the Latinos of Germany. And like Muslims broadly, I would say, are like the Mexicans of the UK, for sure. Like carrying the cuisine and culture on their backs. Women are the Mexicans of gender. True. That's racist and dumb. Well, one, it's a joke. And two, if you understand the nuance behind what I'm saying, you would recognize that I'm not saying something negative. I'm saying something positive. But your immediate inclination is that it must be racist. Yeah, that's what Mao said. Mexicans hold up half the sky. How China built its most extreme metro ever.
Traveling to work on a roller coaster, riding over streets, mountains, rivers, and then blasting through the side of a building. You're looking at the most extreme the most extreme commute in the entire world. But where even is this? And how was it actually built? Hey, I'm your host Regis, and today we'll be taking a look at this insane, record-breaking metro up close. If you visit the Chinese city of Chongqing, it feels like it...
Damn, he hit that hard. He hit that a little too hard. Swagless white boy says name of Chinese city, instantly gets canceled.
Shouldn't really be there. Usually, you find cities in flat regions. At worst, there'll be a few hills. But Chongqing is totally different. It's built across a range of unusual mountains. They cut through the city in long, straight lines, almost like fingers on a hand. It's a place of ups and downs, of extreme verticality. But people live there, 32 million of them. If you counted everyone living in New York City and then quadrupled that number, you wouldn't be far off the current population of Chongqing. The highest point is about 400 meters above sea level, but the lowest point is more like 150. That's a 250-meter difference. You could build a skyscraper in the lowest parts of the city, and the top wouldn't even reach the highest parts. Just look at this plaza. It's at ground level, right? Well, not exactly. The whole city is like this. Earlier this year, a journalist at The Guardian described Chongqing as a cross between the movie Inception and a game of snakes and ladders.
Fuck you, you bitch-made champagne commie. Show us your Lambo, your Gucci, your diamond jewelry. I only have one of these things that you think I have. My Lambo and my diamond jewelry. Yeah, I have diamond jewelry that I just simply never wear for some reason. I just like to keep it. Like, ooh, I'm gonna keep it in secret.
Other people have called it the 8D city. I don't even know what 8 dimensions would even look like. Well, like the city of Chongqing, I guess.
The only thing I have is a 24 karat gold Labubu. The only 24 karat gold Labubu. I have the only 24 karat gold.
And how do people get around in this 8D city? That's right. It's time to talk about the most extreme metro in the world. A few decades ago, there weren't any trains in Chongqing.
That is fucking nuts, dude. Bro, it's reverse America. China is literally bizarro America. This is what American cities are turning into as industry leaves. And Chinese cities that look like this, when American industry was thriving at the same time, now look insane.
You needed to walk, or drive, or cycle, or bus, or maybe even hop on a cable car. In the past, the roads in Chongqing were clogged. At rush hour, a single road in the city could see tens of thousands of impatient people traveling to work all at the same time. Too many people, not enough roads. One expert said that Chongqing's transport was the second worst in the whole of China. That's why it really needed a metro, to take the pressure off those gridlocked roads. But the thought of actually building one, well, to be honest, it was pretty absurd. Building a metro isn't easy, especially in a city like this one. But somehow they managed it. In 2005, the Chongqing Metro opened its doors to the public. Later, we'll see exactly what it took to build this incredible project. But first, let's take a proper look at it.
I don't understand something. So they had traffic congestion, but it feels like they didn't build extra lanes. And as an American, that doesn't make any sense to me because you're just supposed to add extra lanes. Why didn't they just add one more lane? Clearly, that would have solved the problem. What is this like lame metro? No, when I say lane, I don't mean like a metro lane, guys. I mean like a lane on the highway. What? That's weird. It's weird. That's weird. I don't like this.
In total, the Chongqing metro system covers a total of 560 kilometers. That's longer than the New York subway or the London Underground. Chongqing is officially the 6th longest metro in the world. But the length of this metro, while pretty impressive, isn't what makes this network so incredibly unique. No, what makes this metro unique is, well, you know what? Why don't you see for yourself? It runs on bridges high above the city. It runs along the sides of mountains. It even runs through buildings. These are residential apartments with views over the river and a metro line running straight through the 8th and 9th floors. Chongqing is home to the highest metro station in the world, with a platform almost 50 meters above the ground. But these train lines run underground as well. And believe it or not, Chongqing is also home to the deepest station in the world. At its deepest point, this station is more than 100 meters below the surface. It takes 8 whole minutes to ride the escalators to the platform. Apparently, your ears pop on the way down. It's hard to believe, but Hongyangkun Station, the deepest in the world, and Hualongqiao Station, the highest in the world, are
Yo, when you coming to China, I'm waiting for you. September.
actually on the same line as each other, just a couple of stops apart. But wait, there's more. As well as these record-breaking stations, the Chongqing Metro also has record-breaking bridges. There's the Ugongyang Rail Transit Bridge with a length of 1.6 kilometers. It's the longest metro-only suspension bridge in the world. Then there's the Kaijiao Rail Transit Bridge, which
That makes no sense. Building a bridge for a metro? What? What about the cars? Why is nobody talking about the cars? Does nobody think about the cars? Why does no one care about car-reliant infrastructure? Where are the parking lots? Please tell me they built more parking lots. They should probably pave some of the green areas that they have so they can make parking lots. I am a Dallas enjoyer, okay? I am a Dallas enjoyer, and this is really breaking my brain. I don't like this.
Carries trains across the Jialing River. At 100 meters, it's the highest metro-only bridge.
Do you ever fear you'll get Paris syndrome if you visit China? No, not even a little bit.
In the world. On certain days, when the fog rolls in, crossing the Kaijia is like riding a train through the clouds. Elsewhere, you've got the Chaotianmen Bridge. This one holds a record too. With a total length of 1.7 kilometers, it's the longest through-arch bridge in the world. Another famous through-arch bridge is the Sydney Harbour Bridge, but that one is less than 1.2 kilometers long. I make that, let's see, 5 world records, and still, there's a couple more. It seems like China is breaking record after record lately. But
Paris syndrome is most commonly experienced by Japanese tourists. Japan is very Francophile. They love French culture. And then when they inevitably visit Paris, France, they realize that it doesn't hold up to their expectations. There's just disappointment. So that chatter was asking if I would feel a similar sense of disappointment after hailing China as this beautiful pearl. But I don't think so. Because when you look at the things I like about China, I can totally understand why someone living in fucking Tokyo would hate Paris. Because all of the amenities that you have in a place like Tokyo, you all of a sudden lose in a place like Paris. Whereas we have no such amenities here in the United States of America. And therefore, if I were to go to China, it would be, as someone who's an infrastructure nut like myself, I would most likely not experience any sort of disappointment. Unless all of these images that I've seen of China so far are just totally fake. It's CGI. It's totally fake CGI, and they don't actually have tremendous development projects. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just go there and it's all backwater. It's all just fucking undeveloped. The thing that I've heard from people that go, the one thing that they actually do get annoyed by is the incredible amounts of crowding. That usually you don't see in a lot of the tourist footage, is that it gets very crowded and people are kind of culturally rude as far as how they stand in lines and stuff. They'll push you and shit, and they'll get incredibly close. But I think that's pretty much the only thing that I would not like. Hassan doesn't get it because he hasn't seen my 24 karat gold. Pew pew. Look up Jerusalem syndrome. Yeah, that's the only thing that would happen to me. I would have the Chinese version of Jerusalem syndrome, okay? I don't know what that would look like. The Chinese version of Jerusalem syndrome is when you think you're reincarnated as Mao Zedong. Jerusalem syndrome. What you just mentioned is 100% true. As a Westerner, you all just get a lot of staring and sometimes weird treatment. Yeah, but that exists in Japan too. The only difference from what I gather is that in Japan, people are rude to you behind your back, or will just politely tell you that you can't go into a restaurant or whatever. There's a lot of racism in Japan. But in China, people will just be ruder. But I don't give a shit. I live in America. People call me a fucking terrorist 1,000 times a day. I don't give a shit. I already experienced it with regular frequency. So,
but dig a little deeper into the country's economic situation, and it becomes clear.
I've heard from people that said that Korea is the most racist, though, out of all of the places. Like I know people that have gone to every single country, Japan. I know people that have gone to a bunch of Asian countries, and they always will say that Korea is the straight up most like overtly racist country out of the three big ones. Dude, look up K-pop co-ed group Tarzan. Oh no. Crypto YouTubers threaten to kill you in America. True. I have less experience in China, but from my observation, China is less rude, but more like fetishizing. I'm a white guy and I've been body blocked out of bars by old Korean ladies. Yeah, like in South Korea, from what I understand, they just straight up, if you're not Korean, they're like, you're not rocking with us. You know, canceled Ubers, canceled cab rides, that kind of shit. Like, and it's not just, it's not even like, it's not even just like anti-white. It's just like anti-non-Korean. If you're not Korean, you're fucked. Whereas like there's a little bit of that in Japan as well, but it's nowhere near from, I've never been to South Korea, but it seems like from people that have been to both, the South Korean version is like way, way more out there.
Clear. Not everything is as smooth as it seems. But in today's world of polarized and sensationalized media, how do you figure out what's really going on? It's not easy, especially when the headlines are often designed to attract clicks, not inform. But there's a better way, and that's where Ground News comes in. An independent platform that compares how different news outlets across the political spectrum cover the same story. For example, the right-leaning Daily Caller highlights China's economy stumbling under Trump's tariffs. Meanwhile, the left-leaning Global Times emphasizes China's resilience in the face of those same challenges. Same story, two very different angles. Ground News lets you compare all of these perspectives.
I don't think there is a pro-China slant on Ground News. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50.
Each source a factuality.
But we're doing ethical react chatters. This is a video that's only 2 weeks old. So
100 articles from the past month on China's economy and summed it up simply. While export-driven industrial output remains strong, weak consumer demand and falling property prices pose challenges for China's economic recovery. As you can see, Ground News helps you to get the full story, and that's why we value this tool so much. Check them out and head to ground.news/mega or scan our QR code for 40% off their top-tier Vantage plan. With that, you can get unlimited access for about $5 a month. Again, that's ground.news/mega, so don't miss out. And now, let's dive into how and why the Chongqing Metro was built. Since the 1940s, various groups have put together official proposals for a metro system in Chongqing. They've always abandoned their plans though. The project just didn't seem feasible. In the 70s and 80s,
if China fights India, I support China because I'm Chinese. If America fights India, I support India because I'm Asian. If America fights aliens, I support America because I'm human. If aliens fight Japan, I support aliens. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Metros were constructed in Beijing and Shanghai, but Chongqing? Nothing. The project was too difficult from a technical perspective and way too expensive as well. But things changed towards the end of the 1980s when a new task force was put into place. This task force was serious about getting this done and spent the next few years traveling abroad, inspecting metros in other countries, and learning as much as possible about building railways in difficult vertical spaces. One of the first things they realized was that a conventional railway probably wasn't the best option. By conventional here, we just mean a flat set of tracks, like the ones you see in most subways. That's what China used.
I don't understand. So they sent a task force out, and the task force actually, like, forced a task instead of simply just, like, sitting around and collecting cash and then not getting anything done. This doesn't make any sense. At what point does the private-public partnership kick in where the private enterprise simply just uses the government as a money cannon, that they fill a pool with yuans and then they dive into the pool instead of like actually taking the money and then building the railroads? I don't get it.
Used for the metro in Beijing and also the metro in Shanghai. That's what you see in the London Underground or the subway system in New York. But the task force came up with an alternative. How about using monorails? Here's the thing, a monorail track is way lighter than a conventional rail track. And if you're building lots of elevated tracks and bridges, the system needs fewer supports. The task force worked out that a conventional metro, like the one in Beijing, would cost more than $200 million per kilometer of rail. But a monorail metro would cost half as much, more like $100 million per kilometer. Monorails are also more energy efficient than conventional rails. Again, the task force worked out that a station using conventional tracks would use about 10 times as much energy as a station that used monorail tracks. Monorail systems are also better at tight turns and climbing steep slopes. In other words, using monorails in Chongqing felt a bit like a no-brainer. Okay, so you're probably wondering, if monorails are so great, why doesn't everyone just use them? Well, the thing is, a monorail only really makes sense if you're building an elevated metro. If you're building an underground rail system, it is a totally different story. While a monorail is lighter than a conventional system, it actually takes up more vertical space. A conventional system uses low, flat rails with the trains just riding on top. But a monorail system uses one tall rail, which the trains can...
This is making me more depressed than the BBB. Yeah, I'm really driving a fucking nail in the coffin here. This is insult to injury time, you know what I mean? I know it's messed up. Wait, hold on. My buddy's here.
Straddle on both sides. Now, typically, metros use a lot of tunnels dug out beneath a city's streets. And if you're excavating tunnels, the last thing that you want is a rail that takes up more space. That means digging higher tunnels, which takes time and money. So in the majority of cases, monorail metros are actually a pretty bad idea. But not for Chongqing. In this 8D city, monorails made perfect sense. But the project still wouldn't be easy. Usually, when you build an elevated rail, you'd build the support columns first, and then use cranes to lower each piece of monorail into position. But in Chongqing, that wasn't really an option. With all the narrow streets, and slopes, and drops, it was hard enough for a person to move around, let alone something as large and precarious as a crane. Now, luckily, the task force had an answer. They developed a specialist beam transport machine, carefully designed for this specific task. The machine would hug a piece of rail to its belly, crawl onto the support columns, and then lay the rail...
Oh, I'm nutting. Bro, this is fucking crazy. Oh, that's so sick. What the fuck?
...into place. It was a long time coming. But in December of 2000, these machines were put into action. Just 5 years later, the first line of the metro was officially open to the public. Line 2, as it's known, was mostly elevated above the city streets, although a couple kilometers did run underground at one end. This very first line is actually the one that passes through those apartment buildings from earlier in the video. When this line was being built, this piece of land was actually owned by a construction company. They hadn't built anything yet, but they were planning to, and that building was going to get in the way of the rail. In the end, the company worked with the metro to design a building with which the metro could safely intersect. To do this, the designers needed to make sure that the vibrations passing through the monorail line didn't damage the rest of the building. That is quite a bit of engineering. We'll see exactly how they did it in a second. But real quick first, if you're enjoying this video and you want to see similar content in the future, don't forget to subscribe to Megabuilds. Anyways, back to the metro. So how did they make sure that...
Dude, I don't care what system makes this, I want it, okay? You can call it whatever you want. Call it socialism, call it omega capitalism. I don't give a shit. I want it, dude. I fucking want it. I want it so fucking bad. Dude, think about that. Like, we could have this, dude. We could have this. We could have this in the United States of America. Fuck.
The vibrating monorail didn't damage the building that it was going through. The construction team put these vertical tubes within the inner structure of the building. The monorail stood on pillars, each one at the center of these tubes. And the tubes were wide enough that when the pillars vibrated, there was no chance of them touching the sides. By the way, in case you were wondering, monorails are also much quieter than conventional rails. For the people living in the apartment block, the sound...
I'm sorry, whatever system that allows this to happen is superior. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. Oh, one party rule? I don't care. Okay? Oh, eminent domain. This is crazy. This is like... No, it's superior. Okay? No, Fiona. No, what are you doing? Why do you always do this? Here, chill out. She's just like pushing the gate. You're a little train slut, aren't you? Yes, I am going to the phase party in a second. I'm going to end the stream after this video and then go.
The sound of the train is about 60 decibels, which is pretty close to the same as a dishwasher. So annoying, but not too bad. After successfully finishing the monorail line, the construction teams kept going. After a few years, another monorail line was completed. This second line was a record.
By the way, China has like simultaneously some very interesting home ownership rules, like land ownership rules where the government basically owns everything and it's like a lease agreement. But it also has some of the craziest, most ridiculous land protections that you have ever seen, which is why there's like a bunch of different places where in China, like you literally have homes that are just built around like a fucking highway, for example, where on the one hand, it's a 99-year lease. And I guess instead of like having the bank own your home, you literally own your home. The government owns everybody's homes, including yours. And you can, and you go through this process where they just like give it back to you by the end of it, if you're ever near the end of it. But it's not the home built around the highway. It's the highway built around the home. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But also at the same time, like, the way it works, from what I understand, is like the government comes to you and they're like, we're going to build a massive project here. And this requires us to move you to a different place. They will offer a higher price than market rate for the house. And on top of that, price you into like price relocation fees into it as well. And if the person still says no, then they just literally build around it. They're like, all right, fuck it. We'll just build around it. Yeah, you get a better upgrade if the government has to take your house. Yeah, I know. They pay for the new home. And and they give you money, like they give you above market rate for the house that they're taking out, and also on top of that, they pay for the relocation and everything. Chinese man defies demolition orders to build 10-story Ghibli nail house. Rural areas are basically communes for housing ownership. The whole village owns a house as a community and builds if someone needs a home. 70 years, they offer a renew of the lease for a further 70 years. If you pay 1% of the land value, there's no annual land tax in China. Yeah. Bulldozing buildings was my brother's main argument against China's authoritarian government. I mean, they used to do that for sure.
Breaker. As things stand, it's the single longest monorail line in the entire world. It's also the busiest monorail line in the world, with approximately 250 million rides taking place every single year. That one was partly finished in 2011, and more lines have been added to the system year after year.
Yeah, see? China's most stubborn nail house owner regrets not selling before highways built around home. Construction team creates a special access route, allowing family to reach outside world despite heavy traffic. The owner of Jiangxi's most stubborn nail house expressed regret for not selling to the government after officials chose to bypass his property, constructing the highway around his home instead. Hey, Fiona, chill out.
After a year. There are now 12 lines in total, with 3 more being built as we speak. Now, unlike the first 2 lines, all the others have actually used conventional rails, not monorails. Basically, people realized that this up and down city needed a combination of the 2 types of lines. Some to be elevated high in the sky, others to be dug through the mountains. That's why the city has ended up with a mixed network of lines. As you'd expect, building these conventional lines wasn't easy. Remember Hongyangun Station, the deepest subway in the world? That one single station took 3 years to complete. By the end, it was taking each construction worker almost 20 minutes to climb down into the site, and then another 20 minutes to climb out at the end of the day. But just like those monorail lines, Chongqing still got it done. And there's more to come. By 2035, there are due to be a total of 23 rail lines, nearly double the current 12. We don't know what those lines will look like just yet, but who knows?
She hates being picked
Maybe
up.
they'll break some more records.
She hates it.
It's legitimately crazy to think that some people ride
so
this
tiny,
metro
but hates being
every
picked up.
single day. Maybe you're one of them. Or maybe a different mega build is part of your life. Let us know in the comments down below. As always, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
All right, everybody. that'll be all for today because I am going to the FaZe 4th of July party. I'm going to be phasing the frick up, as you guys know. Catch me on any number of different streams that they have on over there. And that is all I got. Quiet quitting, 5 hours. What the fuck's going on? That's a real half day, baby. Real half day time. Phasing the fuck up. Happy 4th of July. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to most likely go to Anime Expo, hopefully, if I can figure some stuff out. But that's it. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. We'll do some regular news as well, and then I'll do the Anime Expo. Peace, everybody.
Damn, this guy's good.